Well, good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome to Darabin on what is truly an emphatic Friday evening already for Hume, have got themselves off to a rapid start against the Carlton Heart team who made quite an impact last week. They got themselves up and running for the new season. Reece and Co were hoping for a really big response in the way of things. 2 early goals for the Black Army have got them well and truly in fine touch. A team who are looking to, just for the time being this evening, although it may be, go to the top of the table for the first time. It's a great opportunity for Suleiman Mohammed, Nick Parthamos, Isho Haskell and co to get their team in the early knockings of the title race up to pole position, even if it is only to be provisional. My name's Ethan Rigg, and welcome to Darabin on what is one of the final wintry Fridays we have got in store in Melbourne's Northern Quarter. It's been quite a mild day as far as August is concerned, and Heart in this game at the moment have had anything but a mild start. They are looking, having been on the wrong end early, to get themselves up and running and to get themselves well and truly back into things. It's a team who were emphatic last week, had over 20 goals themselves, had a good day out against 1-0. These two knowing just how important tonight is, especially for Hume's perspective. It keeps them in the early season title hunt. As we return, a couple of technical difficulties. We apologise for them. We appreciate you sticking with us. Chikili Hooks got herself and Hume a third as Olsen's had a plethora of early saves to make. Another added to the list. It was recovered by Howard, who quickly moved it on. Heart have been on the wrong end of a quick start where they made one themselves last week. And truly proved to have far too much force as Hook is in behind once again and was just unable to pick out the bottom corner at the far post. Hume have played wonderfully well so far. Was flung long for Hawker. She was met by Jacqueline Hook, who did well. Recovered by Wilbert. And Fari tried to go beyond Diaz, someone who's made quite a bright start to life at Hume. Covered by Anvari. Set for Elliott, who rolled it wide of the post. She herself was lively last week. Had a hand in 9 goals. On what was a starring Carlton Heart debut did Megan Elliott. As Diaz did superbly. Away from Wilbert too, it's a wonderful goal. Supremely shifted from Diaz. And picked out the bottom corner with aplomb. Drilled. And Hume have got themselves an early quartet. Side who know how important setting the tone in a title race is on an evening like this as well. Just when the season starts to gain its own shape beyond this point. Hume have flown out of the traps this evening. They lead 4-0 within next to no time. Hearts have not been able, bar a brief opportunity for Elliott to get too far back into this game. Evening where Black Army prospects can be bolstered. We'll go to the top of the table if it stays this way. Here is Racinos charging at Wilberts and wins a corner. No Anna Pierce-Barlow this evening for Hume. Racinos is the sole one making an appearance against her former side tonight. Narrative which writes itself. Corner set for Nissan, return for Holder, who fired wide. Well, those two, Jacqueline Hook, Claire Holder, both made their mark on their respective Hume debuts, linked up wonderfully. Hook, of course, returning from a suspension she suffered on debut too. Good shift from Hawker, wins a corner. Hart just looking to get themselves right back into the thick of this game, to get themselves up and going in it more so than anything. Racinos, Holder, set it back for Hook, who will have a look at Bowen. Holder wanted to return it, clipped it cautiously, Wilbert got in, and now Lucinda Bowen can break. Had options up with her, one of whom was Hawker, who just left it behind momentarily. Ball trickled out of play. There's Holder. Moved it on for Jacqueline Hook. Tried to slide for Stella Nissan, well read by Wilbert, who wanted to go on a wander. Instead it fell for Hawker, and Vari was denied by a higher than the post. Another Carlton corner. Their best patch of the early evening to now. To get themselves up and running in this game. Wilbert's take flicked away by Hook, no further than Anvari. Again for Cobby Wilbert. Bowen went beyond. Wilbert went with Loft. And Racinos was quickly across in order to intervene. Wilbert's take, Anvari. Slid for Bowen, lovely return. Anvari was the recipient of two in Hume Black, who were quickly converging to close the door. Here's Jacqueline Hook's first real rest for the evening. Got herself a goal on debut, followed that up with a goal early tonight as well. Hume side who have had all the new signings firing true. Daniela Diaz in amongst the top scorers race already. Seen in recent weeks what Chloe Gordon can do in this side. Holder starred on her debut. Another sign that the recruitment for Suleiman Mohammed, Nick Parthamos, Isho Haskell has been good. all of whom have fit in seamlessly, more so than anything. Another Carlton corner, which was set back for Wilbert. Had Stella Nissan to go at. Tried to steer it for Bowen, picked off by Holder, who got away from Amvari, then wanted to go at Wilbert. Recovered by Holder, who was forced to return to Racinos. Hannah. Slid for Nissan well by Holder. Nissan warding off Bowen. Racinos, lovely. It's a brilliant move and a Hume are surging early though. 4 looking to become 5. They have made it a habit in recent weeks of starting games in a flash. Hannah's corner, Holder! Oh, it stung the palms of Olsen, who palmed it away well. Counter opened up for Hart. Elliott couldn't find a way beyond Racinos. Wilbert now. Nissan went to press. Elliott, Hawker, couldn't get the tree. As Holder nearly sold Hannah short. Claire Holder kept going, cut out by Hawker, fell for Wilbert. And the return for Hawker wasn't quite on. In the way that they've looked to start this season brightly. Team who wanted to make a statement, who were all about ambition. Looks as though it could well and truly be going into that vein for Hume, as Holder was away from Bowen beautifully. Had 3 to go, and Holder went alone and flashed it wide of the corner. And only just of the post in and of itself. Well, survived a couple of scares. Claire Holder just finding her range. Covered by Bowen, and then Wilbert, who took over. Only just kept it alive, and then couldn't find a way beyond Nissan. As from a visual standpoint, that's more like it. Back to the overview you know and love, as Howard was unable to steer it to the back post. 8 minutes of stop clock futsal elapsed in this first half. Hume have hit a quadrant. Hart, who have been on the unfortunate end of a couple of slow starts early doors this season, succumbing once more to one this evening. There's Elliott. Had Racinos to go at, looked to twist and turn, set it back for Howard, who fancied a drive. Diaz was in the way. Howard didn't give up on it. Racing to Risinko, there is a healthy set of substitutes for whom he can turn to, as Bowen's got a look, and Bowen's got one back. And so, Hearts are underway for the evening. And possibly just at the right time. Cinder Bowen's been in quite fine goal-scoring touch recently. Hit 5 last week, and has got herself up and running for the evening, and has got Carlton Hart up and running for the evening, and flicked it on for Amvari superbly. She couldn't quite connect. Nissan was just too much to go beyond. Set for Elliott. Hannah was too tough. Howard flicked it on. Bowen away from Racinos. Corner. Lucinda Bowen has been making things happen in the last couple of minutes. Another Carlton corner. Howard sizing up Diaz. Diaz did well, and then Daniela Diaz had one left on her. And wins a free kick inadvertently though, albeit it was in a tangle. Howard had lost her footing. It was a challenge, certainly without malice. Rosinos over the free kick. Bowen, the sole brave heart in the wall. Trying to call, returned it for Rosinos. It was cut out by Howard. Hart can break. It opened quickly in a flash for Bowen. Well, just as quickly as the counter looked as though it could have gathered some steam, the momentum petered out. Diaz deft. Set back for Rosinos. On for Kulu, got ahead of Anvari, spun away from Bowen. Anvari, though, the second time was more steadfast. And he sent to Bowen, then gave it away. Rosinos battling. Hook kept her cool and did superbly to find Chuana Call. That's a smashing ball for Diaz. On for Rosinos. Elliott got a foot in. Call recovered it and slid it superbly for Daniela Diaz, who slid for Rosinos, and she bruises the post. Chikili Hook looked to take over. Was well won by Elliott, and Vari kept it alive, though could steer it to no one further forward. Hart beginning to battle. Diaz again opened up. Howard this time proved too tricky to go beyond. Holder getting ready for reintroduction as Hook couldn't steer it for Cool. And we in this first half have hit the halfway stage. A real tale of another quick Hume start. Definition of flying out of the traps this season. And they have themselves another corner. In search of a fifth. Side who have found the net with regular frequency. All bar opening night, they've hit 5 or more. As Holder drilled it, Olsen was short-sighted and made a fine save. Diaz wouldn't let Elliott out, recovered by Howard, and now on for Elliott, who can go. Holder was superb and picked it off her, could go the other way herself, options left and right. Holder went alone and scored a blistering goal. Belter. The shift was superb. Away from 2, the finish with a flourish was fierce, and Reesin Teresi wants timeout. One which Carlton Hart will get with the utmost of immediacy. Hume have made a quick start as we go to a break. It's Hume 5, Carlton Hart 1. Returning from timeout for the first time this evening. Reesin Teresi and Carlton Hart fancied a word. Hume have made a quick start. On a night where they know an early kick-off win sends them top. As Joanna Call forces Olsen to beat her effort away. Have made a habit of flying out of the traps. Except for Holder, who went with pace, though was unable to be as bothersome for Olsen as she was just the other side of the timeout. Added Hume's 5th, and Holder is at it again, and Olsen's palms are stung.
give me that sway.
Hearts unable to find their way out. Hume's high press has worked wonders so far in this game. It's Holder once more. Look to go for Jakili hook, picked off by Elliott. Holder in firmly. Elliott kept going and it nearly fell fortuitously for her. Al-Hayek had an awkward one to deal with. Cleared no further than Wilbert, who didn't catch her effort cleanly. Just scuffed it at the wrong time. Dropped invitingly.
Oh my God.
Finish was not quite there to be enacted as Howard. Wilbert, lovely 1-2. And way beyond Diaz. Hume side that had become so well drilled. As Elliott was pressed well by Cool. Wilbert kept it alive. Had Howard on the switch, under pressure from Diaz, and couldn't find a way out. Holder, clipped for Cool, who wanted to get away from Elliott. Was unable to for the time being. Claire Holder. Jakili hook with room to go into, set back for Holder. Those two have worked wonderfully in combination so far. Hume have looked to go through the pair of them. Holder under some duress. Looked to steer it for Diaz, who couldn't quite get it under. Oh, just finding a good patch in this game, and that's given away to Holder, who's away from Howard wonderfully and dragged her effort wide of the near post. The way that she's been able to shift space has been superb so far in this game. Holder once more with height. Hook was round the outside. Those two wanting to link up to the way that they did similarly last time they were both out here on court in Darabin against Fitzroy. It was Holder to hook over the top. As route one as it could have been, as that's a lovely move for Wilbert. Denied by Al-Hayek, recovered by Diaz, who cleared no further than Howard's. And it fell just for the moment, with some fortune for Elliott, who got a strike in, though couldn't quite catch it as cleanly as she would like. Howard's. Wilbert. Hart just looking for a way back into this game. Strike was a good one off the base of the post. Al-Hayek entirely beat him. As Cool had to put a foot in, Elliott looked to steer it. Diaz looked to flick it away from trouble, though did so no further than Wilbert. Kumar under the pump a little bit. Was steered centrally. For Kenny, it was cut out by Holder. Clipped smartly for Diaz, who slows it down. Jakili hook, look for Tuana Cool. There is just no way out at the moment. Let's turn to enact a bit of a high press. They have done so to an effect that certainly, compared to the first 10 minutes, Reece and Therese and co would be a lot happier with. Just starting to get themselves back into this game. Hume have now had to chip away. Benefits of an early advantage as Holder. Wilbert left it cleverly to trickle out of play without wanting to get rid of a corner. Cut out by Holder while looking for Elliott. Much more relaxed touchline for Reece and Therese's side than it was earlier on in this game. He was not best pleased when the timeout was taken. Had a lot for which he wished to fine-tune, more so than anything else. Racines again had no option, had no outlet. Cool was closely marshalled by Wilbert. And Vari makes her way back on Elliott. Has her stint come to its conclusion? Olsen speared it. Nissan got up. Kenny tried to recover it. Rosinos on the slide. One back by Wilbert. On for Hawker, who's away from Nissan. And through Holder in the battle and hit the base of the post. It was a marauding Maddie Hawker run. Al did her best to close the angle. And in the end, the frame of the goal was her friend. Carlton are creating their chances. It's a good take from Hawker. Wilbert moved it on. Kenny couldn't quite. Now Holder can counter. And early. And Olsen was unsighted, undeterred. Wilbert patient. And Vari returned it in kind. First real loosener from Corby Wilbert this evening. Hearts have played arguably their best futsal of the match in the last 4 minutes. Response from that fifth goal from the timeout has been much more akin to what we saw from them last week. And from a side that have been slowly building into the campaign. We're most pleased it took them a real fraction of the time it did in the first season for the year to get up and running. Rosinos couldn't quite steer it for Nissan. Unable to get it under. Bowen again reinstated. Wilbert will take her leave. At the end of the most recent edition. And Vari, Kenny. Set back for Bowen. Pressed by Rosinos. Lucinda Bowen was away from her. The ricochet favoured Hawker, who sat one down and then moved it on the switch for Kenny to drive. Al denied. And Holder can break. Rosinos the only one further forward. Beyond Bowen, had to slide as Hawker looked to put a challenge in. Holder had space, and Olsen's palms were stung before she could gather it the second time. Looked to fling long for Kenny, who had gone. Holder couldn't get it under, and Vari took over. Ball steered round out the other side, was just a fraction too heavy, and it trickled out of play. Into the final 5 to the break. Opening half that for Hume started in quick style, though has become a bit of a half of attrition since they found that fifth goal. Though here is Holder. Good challenge from Kenny, recovered by Hawker. Rosinos then in firmly. No way beyond Bowen. Nissan. No way through. Hume themselves, of course, will be eyeing a treble of weeks in a row where they hit double digits if they are to mirror his first half showing in the second. Side who have shown a real cutting edge in recent weeks. Though for Hart in the last few minutes, you can see the buoyancy as Vari forces a good save out of Al. Another Carlton corner. Elliott quickly over to take it. Cut out by Nissan, who telegraphed it well. Stella Nissan was isolated. It allowed Elliott to get a foot in. Bowen is now hustled. Nissan unrelenting. Kenny couldn't quite. Christine Hanna spun out of trouble sharply. Rosinos. Nissan. Taken over by Holder. Rosinos tidy. Nissan was too neat. Kenny cut it out. Bowen. Too much on it for Elliott. And though appreciating the intent, Reese Teresi just wanted a bit more patience. When trying to shift further forward, Heart have had their looks, have hit the post a number of times in this first half. It for them at the moment is an all too similar story, perhaps. Where they have created chances, they have not yet been able to take them. Hume took theirs on a hot start. That's a good read from Hawker, who lobbed it lusciously. Elliott on the charge, the angle got tighter. Al Hayek was unbothered. Diaz, whose touch again was deft. Bowen got in. Jacqueline Hook reinstated, reintroduced, and on it straight away. Got it back from Racines, moved it for Nissan, who tried to work a yard. Bowen got a boot in. Nissan was unwilling to give up on it. There was space for Will, but it was slightly overhit. There's Hook, away from Elliott. Couldn't steer it centrally. Moved on for Cobby Wilbert, who is twisting and turning, only into Racines. Cleared by Hook, no further than Elliott. On for Hawker. Jacqueline Hook got a block in, the ricochet for Wilbert, who clipped it to the back post. Which was vacant. Hook was measured. Nissan looked to steer it for Diaz, who had gone over the top. The moment, though, for Human is just fallen a little bit stagnant up top. Maybe the one thing they want to change. That's wonderful from Wilbert, who looked to spear it for Hawker at the back post. Just did not oblige with a run. Teresi saw the space, saw the opportunity that was being created and curated. There's Wilbert dancing with Diaz. Set on for Elliott. Hawker, Racines got a foot. It then fell for Bowen. Evaded Racines not once but twice. Set back for Wilbert. Lucinda Bowen, tidy. Hawker split the two. Just looked to clip it into the channel. That was, in all truth, vacant bar. The two Hart players, one coming back, one going further forward. Nissan lunged in to good effect. Hook was quickly across to get a challenge in. Wilbert steered for Bowen, who looked to pin Racines. And Vari got a foot in. Hume have rotated with more regularity as the half has transpired. Though Hart themselves are closing it far stronger than they started it. Looking to carve a clean-cut opportunity, get themselves a second before the break. How it would change the dynamic going into the second half. Nissan lost out. It was adventurous from Wilbert, who was away nearly beyond the lot. Jacqueline Hook got a foot in. Under 90 seconds to half-time. And Vari looked to set short. Wilbert worked to yard. Elliott on the drive. It's a good save out of Al Hayek. They faded slightly late. Needed palming away. Steered to a dangerous area. Cut out by Diaz. Hook was happy to clear. Was able to go no further. What can Carlton conjure before the break? That's a gorgeous ball. Space for Wilbert, who wanted Amvari. Diaz was with her all the way. Again, got a foot into good effect. Amvari Chikili hook once more. Too tricky to try and thread through. Final first half minute in Darebin. Hume started quickly, got themselves off to a flyer. Carlton Heart have created opportunities, though only have the one back to show for it. Hart's made a couple of good saves. They've hit the base of the post on 2 separate occasions. Tale of some frustration for Rhys Teresi's side. And Vari. Diaz in well. Holder was patient and went with height for Chuana Cool. Cut out by Elliott. And Vari turned out of trouble. Olsen looked to drill it. Couldn't quite do so. I would have hoped for one late alteration, one final look at Al Hayek to make good on the momentum they've had in the closing stages of this half. As Bowen, unable again to steer through Diaz, who moved it on for Holder. Does she fancy one more? Joanna Call was further forwards, Wilbert was in the way. Diaz. It found its way for Cool, who shifted wonderfully and found a 6th on the stroke of the break. In on the act. And Hume will be the ones to make good at the end of the half. The footwork was lovely to evade 2. The finish was cool and composed. And for all that Carlton have mustered, Hume are flying to the close, and Olsen needed a good save to deny Holder. Already a little undone. Hart will not want this to come totally undone to close the half. Holder will make it work with depth. Bowen to go out in the closing stages, given away to Amfari, recovered by Diaz. Though, Hume are halfway to provisional pole and the top of the table. A quick start, a bit of an arm wrestle, and then a late flurry to finish. Half-time in Darebin, it's Hume 6, Carlton Heart 1. Returning from half-time here in Darabin. For Hume, it was a real half of two halves in a way, and Amfari's got an early start to the second for Carlton Hart. Within 11 seconds. The perfect way to respond after the break. If they are to begin the long charge up the mountain, they must do so quickly. Amfari took it ever so coolly. And Carlton Hart have got an interest. Had created a number of opportunities towards the first half's end. Hit the post on a couple of occasions. Just looked to have Hume under a little bit of pressure though. That's a good read from Holder, who is on the march. Up with her is Diaz in space. Olsen denied, then was left stranded, and Daniela Diaz rolled it wide. Was a Hume team that at half-time were in an in-depth discussion where Nick Parthamos, Sisso Haskell and Suleiman Mohammed. Coaching staff not short of words. There's Diaz once more. Waited for Hook to go beyond. The return was weighted well. Diaz. Chuanakul thought about it momentarily. Holder took over. Looked to flick round the corner, though Hawker was there to intervene. Hook. Chuanakul. Looked to set back for Holder. My coach Cripps picked it off. Hawker then in. Holder got a foot in. Wilbert took over. Claire Holder just stayed with her the whole time. And proved difficult to go beyond. Hume Hugh, as it stands, will remain having only dropped 2 points this season so far. Had in that 5-all draw against Fitzroy. The second chapter of that story is quickly forthcoming. Only a matter of weeks now until those two meet again. A game that could prove pivotal for the early season title picture. Think of what is upcoming for Hume. It is Aku and then it is Fitzroy right at the start of September and the start of spring. And there is one team out of those two. By the end of it, we'll have their title race in bloom. The other maybe still in a wintry gloom. I'll have started this half brightly. On the early goal from Amfari. Alex had a couple of tests. It was flung long for Diaz this time. Miriam Amfari was
Fixed it.
too tough to go beyond.
Now you can just press a button, you can go to second camera, bang. Honestly, I'm actually a genius. Like proper, up there with Albert Einstein's.
Jakili Hook worked to yards. Shot fired into McCoach Cripps, taken over by Hawker. We look to thread it for Amfari. Diaz critically intervened. 3-on-2 for Hume. Options either side, one of whom was cool, and Olsen was out quickly to make the save. Not sure if you picked up any of that from our Commissioner Josh Fusco. As Hook from the corner called it sweet. Steered her effort wide of the post. Hume, having withstood a quick Carlton flurry, responded with one of their own. Holder. Hook to find cool, cut out by McCoach Cripps, recycled through Wilbert. Hawker had just peeled momentarily. Likewise Amfari, who couldn't keep it alive. Both of these sides right at the start of this half.
Let's just see.
knowing if this game settles into a rhythm who it favours. There's Reece Teresi on the Carlton Hart bench, full of instruction for those who he will be bringing on soon, looking for ways to change this game and see if Hart in total can halve the deficit. Man who would have been full of instruction at half-time. As Amvari looked to steer it, Al Hayek was just for the time being troubled by Coach Cripps' effort, though it hit the outside of the goal's frame. Al Hayek has had a bit more to do at the start of this second half then. Throughout the first patch of the first, though, here is Wilbert. Options left and right. Good challenge from Holder, who got a foot into good effect. Again, Wilbert. The other way was Hawker. Away from Hook. Threaded former Coach Cripps. Sizing up Holder. Got away from one. Wonderfully back for Wilbert, who looked to work a yards. And Vari rippled the side netting. Was flung long. Jacqueline Hook gave chase, and Olsen having to go out and challenge. Was collateral damage, and Jacqueline Hook may have come off worse from this. Was clutching at her elbow. Took an awkward landing. Hume's side, who already have seen one injury. Anna Pierce-Barlow suffered an arm injury earlier on in this campaign. There's Nick Parthamos, who was just checking on the well-being of Jacqueline Hook alongside Suleiman Mohammed. She's okay to continue. Cut out Wilbert's ball further forward. Diaz. Set it back for Claire Holder. With whip for Diaz again, who couldn't get it under. It's, of course, the opening edition of the evening. A plethora of futsal is still forthcoming. Fitzroy and Pascoe Vale, two remarkably storied clubs, are the middling kickoff for the night. And to close the show, Aku and 1-0. Two teams with very different tales to how they have got to where they are so far this campaign. Looking, both of them, more so than anything, to go above the other. Whoever wins that game will end the evening in the top three. Fitzroy watching on will know what they have to do to follow if it stays this way for Hume, who can take momentarily top of the table. At the moment are moving 3 points clear, making their first stride forward in what promises to be a championship chess match. Kenny tried to clip it forward, was not quite able to. Jacqueline Hook now does make way for Bianca Racinos. Who tonight against her former side has done the dirty work well. Defensively diligent, has provided a good stability and spine to this Hume team since making the move at the end of last season from Hart. Diaz wrestling, Wilbert took over. Up with her was Kenny, who steered wide of the post. Hart again look dangerous though when they can go on the break like that. Comfortably their best looks have come on the counter. Just when Hume have committed further forward. When they have caught Racinos out, they've looked most threatening. Holder gave it away. Kenny and Vari wanted the return. Holder's clearance no further than Elliott, who was hustled well by Nissan, and in the end ran out of room. For Wenson, which she could evade. Speared forward and Vari's touch favoured Diaz. who had options converging forward, one of whom was Nissan. She kept it alive. The ball centrally, cut out by Amvari. Wilbert, lovely ball. Kenny's got space, has Holder to go at and go beyond. Oh, couldn't thread it beyond Nissan. Covered by Elliott. Away from Nissan, Wilbert. Again for Megan Elliott, who has been bright again this evening. Kenny with good skill to evade Racinos. El Hayek was quickly out to judge it. Nissan. Kenny picked her pocket, moved it on for Elliott. And Vari. Good challenge by Racinos. It's giveaway. Just as hard, we're building pressure. Diaz, who can be explosive on the break. Unable to fire with the same explosivity to beat Olsen. Counter could be on for Elliott. Likewise Wilbert. Down the line was Kenny. Nissan came through. Megan Elliott mopped it up. Holder was quickly in and Holder ushered it out. Just have not been able to have that sustained forward presence. I assume that they did in the first half. A quick start that really got them up and running. It was 4 goals in 5 minutes at the beginning of this game. There's been a real emphasis from Nick Parthamos, Suleiman Mohammed and Isho Haskell about starting games quickly. Not giving sides the opportunity to settle. As Amvari, who already has one, stung the palms of El Hayek. She too has been someone who's been back to some of her best since making the move. As Amvari is in behind, El Hayek made a big save. And was there to recover, and in fact Nick Parthamos might want timeout. He sauntered over in order to go and issue it. Clearly the trio of the Hume coaching staff have not been too massively wrong with what they've seen, though we'll still in truth fancy a word. So as we go to a timeout, Hume are the only ones in concession in this second half. It's Hume 6, Carlton Heart 2. Returning from timeouts early in the second half here in Darabin. 6 minutes of stop clock futsal elapsed. Carlton Heart have made the brighter start. Got themselves a goal within 11 second half seconds. Since then, Lara El Hayek has had certainly more to do than Emma Olsen. A just similar story to the first half. Have not found the finishing touch as of yet. Frustratingly for Reece Therese-Co, it's the same old story. Wry smile on the face of Suleiman Mohammed at the end of that timeout. Hume have not been disheartened with what they've seen, but perhaps want some fine-tuning. 3 who have plenty of experience as Racinos lunged in. And for it, against their former side, will receive a yellow card. A late lunge which did not yield the ball. Carlton free kick, Lucinda Bowen over it. Already has one tonight. Bowen said it's short for Hawker, who had to spin Racinos. Maddie Hawker kept going, the angle got tighter, Al Hayek palmed away for a corner. Hart hunting another. So well and truly going maybe a little bit beyond just keeping themselves in the hunt. Kenny was forced back. Racinos cannot be as bullish in her press now that she's on a yellow. Hawker was out of room. Diaz will make way for Hume. They in the second half have not really had much of an opportunity to get going. Christine Hanna threaded. Tuana Call returned it. Hanna no way beyond Elliott, who picked her pocket, was taken over by Hawker, who had two with her. One of whom was Kenny. Good challenge, though it only found Elliott. Racinos in firmly. Away from two. Poked on for Hanna, set back for Holder. Nick Parthamos wanting his side just to start again. And it was given away to Bowen, who had one up with her. Kenny was lurking, Holder got a foot in. It fell again for Bowen. Got away from Cool momentarily. Hawker. Elliott. Lucinda Bowen. Again for Megan Elliott. Looked to work it through for Kenny, who got in. Bowen had two to contend with. Still going was Bowen. She bullied her way beyond the lot. A hike denied, and Hawker's follow-in was not far from finding another. Carlton Hearts are finding openings in a real way. Inches on that occasion from getting themselves within three. Hume have surrendered a few looks in this second half. Timeout has not changed too much. Hearts have hit a rhythm. That's lovely from Hanna, though. To evade Elliott. Space for Racinos. Did centrally where Hawker was waiting. Bowen can break. 2-on-1 for Hart. And Holder was the one in the way, and she did well. Cool then gave it away. Mopped up by Megan Elliott. Holder in ahead of Hawker, and she will see it out of play. Game has also gone up an octane. Hume are being tested and challenged. Good read from Tuana Cool, 3-on-1 momentarily. Jakili Hook looked to steer it. Hawker got in ahead of Holder. A glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. The longer that Hume are able to simply withstand it, goes in their favour. First hook wanted a yards. Wasn't able to stab it for Holder. Olsen long, that's a good take from Elliott, who couldn't get beyond Racinos. You just think what this could mean. Not only towards the top of the table, towards the foot of it too. Scoreline is not telling a particular tale. Hearts are far from out of this game. Had they taken the opportunities that came their way, they would be a lot closer. A corner venture. Racinos with a loose touch. Holder no way through Hawker, though. Claire Holder has won that battle convincingly so far tonight. She clipped no further than Wilbert. Moved on for Megan Elliott. Kenny left it behind and allowed Holder to get in. Kenny was given a shove. And Reese Teresi, just for that comment, will find himself in the book. Daniel Collins, who's on the broadcast side, had clearly heard enough. He had walked the tightrope, had the Carlton Hart gaffer. His side still truly in this game, still making a battle of it. Nissan, away from Kenny. Ran into a Carlton cul-de-sac, which Tuana Cool gave her an avenue out of. Elliott got a foot in, though could go no further. Jakili Hook. Flicked by Cool. Hook got up. Nodded her effort wide. And you just think for Daniela Diaz, who, again on the score sheet tonight, currently the leader of the Golden Boot race. How big an impact she could have to close out this game. What Hume will need from her. He has hit the ground running, and that is putting it bluntly. Perhaps an understatement. There are two in contention from Fitzroy in the early stages, both of whom are up next in Rihanna Policina and Ava Bridis. There's not only the title race, but the top scoring one just begins to gather a little bit more momentum, a little bit more guile. Even in the season's early stage, goals have flowed freely. I think back to last week, it was a goal-laden weekend. Elliott is searching for one in the meantime to get Hart back within a vested interest. Our second effort lacks sting. We've ticked into the game's final 10. Hume are managing this for the time being. The question, of course, is can Carlton conjure something? I've had the opportunities, I've hit the post on a pair of occasions. The moments are just wanting to just cause more unease in the Hume camp. Good foot in from Racinos, and Vari recovered it, had two with her, was blocked by a hook, away by Tuana Cool. Set on for Elliott. Al Hayek uncertain. It tipped a little and faded late. Carlton have a corner. 9 on the dot. Scoreline stays this way. If you've listened to the podcast, the commissioner would be rather happy.
I wouldn't say happy.
At this point in time. Only in the sense that his prediction would come to fruition, of course. Given away by Hook, and Vari was in. That's a big save from Al Hayek. That might have been the opening, and now an opportunity the other way. Nissan couldn't flick beyond Wilbert, though can win a corner. What a look that was. Nearly a gift. Corner set for Jakili Hook, who is looking to work a yard for herself. Couldn't find one before the angle got too tight to trouble the near post. Hearts have made a real game of this. Very closely fought contest between these two teams. At the moment, Reese Teresi and co might be ruining their slow start to this game. They could well and truly been within closer distance. Hook lobbed long, Holder. Spun Wilbert, though couldn't evade Elliott. Moved on former coach Cripps. No way through Stella Nissan, who had to on a call further forward. The ball was a fraction too heavy to be able to find her. Bowen reinstated. Daniela Diaz getting instruction on the Hume touch line. Hart realising they might have to go at some point soon. Here is Amfari. Holder had a swipe. Connected with neither ball nor player. Both of which to her benefit. Diaz reintroduced post-haste. Long by Holder, cut out by Bowen. Away from hook wonderfully. Amfari looked to thread it through 4, which she couldn't do. And now Holder, who can go. And Bowen gave her a drag back. And for it will give away a free kick. Suleiman Mohammed again with a glance at the clock. Him and Nick Parthamos engrossed in conversation. Racing Teresi 2. Holder's free kick stung the palms of Olsen. It travelled through bodies, it swerved late. Olsen was equal to it. Hume corner set, back for Holder, on for Hook. Jacqueline Hook battling with Elliott. Hook had a lot of her. And what a free kick. And Reese Teresi cannot quite believe it. The Carlton Heart boss is head in hands. Holder's free kick. Bowen wore it. Hume having their best spell of this second half. Holder. Jacqueline Hook looked to fashion a yard. Was warded off by Elliott. She had got a final foot on it. Real patient way to close this game. Hume will want that. They will want to simply keep things as they are. Hart have got it all to do. That's a good read from Hook, who went on her own and didn't catch it cleanly. First real opening in the second half that Jacqueline Hook has had for some time. Wilbert waited. Bowen away from Holder. Wanted space to open up and worked superbly in combination with Wilbert. The return gave Bowen one to chase, and Hook just ensured that Lucinda Bowen was not to get there. Something that Hearts number 7 was not best pleased about. There's Hook under pressure. Bowen in firmly. Al-Haig went to gather, flung long for Holder, who clipped for Nissan. Wilbert recovered, likewise Amfari. Olsen, Bowen, couldn't get it under. This is where the margins become fine. And anything in regards of headlock is ill-afforded.
I think I'm a genius.
Nissan and Wilbert again.
I think I'm a genius.
Resume battle.
I might be a genius.
Hart still searching for a way back into this game. Time now well and truly a factor. Good challenge from Jacqueline Hook. Elliott had no way further forward either. Set for Kenny. Cross was Holder. Been a game that's been really closely managed. Hume have not given Hart much in the way of clear-cut opportunity. The only real look they had. Jacqueline Hook's giveaway. Hart spared her blushes on that occasion. Nick Parthamos with a look at the clock. He is perhaps already wanting the final whistle. That's a lovely ball from Nissan. Steered behind for Hook, and Vari was there to watch closely. Jacqueline Hook's take, looked to poke for Diaz. Hook couldn't quite flick it for Holder. You wonder if Reece Teresi will call timeout. You wonder what it might take. If they are to get one, the door just stays open. Good challenge from Diaz. Holder couldn't find a way through. Game has just gone up in feeling the last couple of minutes. Jacqueline Hook with far too much on it for Stella Nissan to get on the end of. So for both of these two, to close the month of August, it's for Hume a repeat of opening night where they have Melbourne Aku. Carlton Hart have got the reigning champions to follow in what is quite a tough predicament for both of these two teams. For Hume it'll be a measure of what this team is capable of and where this team is at. As Hook hammered it over towards our cameraman. And Vari couldn't keep it alive, and to her own detriment took a tumble. Thankfully she's all right. Ball's flung long. Thompson the only one there to gather. It will be a small point of concern, perhaps a small area for fine-tuning that Hume are yet to score in this second half with 5 to go. A quarter of an hour defensively where they've worked hard. They have had to thwart all that Carlton Hart have had to throw at them. They do sense one more could well and truly put this beyond any and all reasonable doubt. Holder couldn't quite flick for Hook. Diaz quickly in. That has been where they've been at their best defensively. They've broken play up well. Loose from Kenny, recovered by Diaz, who's got 3 to go at. And Daniela Diaz on the charge. Kenny left one in. And for it, we'll find herself in the book. Diaz did delightfully to go beyond one, was just about to get on the charge. It is more than a little cynical. Hume have themselves a free kick. Foul count for Hart just rising towards minor caution. The third foul of the night. It was set for Jacqueline Hook, who didn't catch it cleanly from the free kick. A night for Nick Parthamos, for Suleiman Mohammedish O'Haskell of, in the second half, certainly immense frustration. Likewise for Reece Teresi. Can Hart conjure something? And Vari, that's delicately driven. Kenny's central. And Jacqueline Hook again on hand to clear. Time a factor truly now. They would need a goal a minute. Lovely from Holder to evade one, though couldn't go beyond Kenny. Half of attrition truly. Wilbert picked it up. Was driving at Hook. Aaron Wilbert had become entangled, and Jacqueline Hook gives away a free kick. Could this be Hart's opening? They have knocked on the door. Hawker is over it. Anvari is certainly an option to have a go and has had a good night. Set for Anvari. On for Kenny with whip. No, it didn't dip enough to trouble Al Hayek. A half of attrition given away by Holder. Nissan was in retreat, was picked off by Wilbert. Hawker with a poke, Cobby Wilbert set it for Hawker again. Al Hayek is there to match it, in there to equal it with another fine save. Side ball set for Anvari, on for Hawker, Hartar searching, maybe one last throw for them. Diaz got a foot in. Not to clip down the line. Monaco will make away. On in place of Daniela Diaz. That's for the closing stint. You are simply seeing this out, though it has been far from comfy. Good shift from Hook, away from Anvari too. One back by Wilbert, Jakili Hook in firmly. After it's been a scrap and a battle, and Tuanakor was in with too much force. And that is Hume's fourth foul. They are one from the limit. They just will have to be a bit careful and a bit cautious. 7 second half fouls. It's been much more spiteful than the first. Against it centrally. Cool battling with Kenny. Racinos looking to be reinstated in this situation though. Bianca Racinos on a yellow. It is not just games for debutantes, games for players against former sides as well as not been kind, as Kenny with a lovely swivel. Just couldn't pick out the corner. It was long for Jakili Hook, who couldn't get it under. Suleiman Mohammed is cutting a frustrated figure. He knows for a fact, certainly in this second half, Hume have not been at their best.
Replays on the second camera. Hey, Nico.
Holder.
We got
Racinos. Time now ticking. Hume are getting closer. Wilbert is wandering. Holder had dived in. Al Hayek made a big save. The follow-in from Elliott, likewise denied. Laura Al Hayek's been brilliant tonight.
Wait a second.
That's another fine intervention.
Oh my God, hold on.
And the second to match.
I was such a gun.
With height for Elliott. Lovely tiptoe away from Racinos. Al Hayek was lurking.
I've got the replay of that. That's funny.
Bowen. Is there one last Carlton charge? Kenny further forward. Racinos saw it through. 2.5 to the close. Hume are nearly there in a game of attrition.
Have you been giving me the green ones because you don't like it? Okay.
A night where they know there will be much to discuss. There'll be much to follow on from. For Carlton Hart, for Reece Interisi, he may chalk it up to what we saw at the back end of last season, really. One of those nights where they played well, created opportunities, though just could not convert. Tonight has the makings of that in some way. Long for Holder. That's a gorgeous flick. Away from Wilbert to Holder on the volley. Nearly. Nearly the pick of the bunch.
You can't be hurt.
Nearly a super hit. Was flicked deftly. It was almost Dennis Bergkamp-esque. Wilbert in the meantime. For Coach Cripps, Bowen had to lunge. Ball trickled out of play. Time may be beyond them. For Hart, it's unfortunate. Game that they have been far from out of. A game that for Hume, especially early doors, looked as though it could be quite a sure and safe Friday night. It has become a challenge, and now it's become 5 fouls. They have hit the limit with 97 seconds to the close. And so not for the first time this season. And recent Cerisi maybe wants time out. He was quick to charge over. Was the Carlton Hart gaffer, so Hart might as well, with 97 seconds, see if they can chalk one back. A late timeout issued. They have a free kick. Hume 5 when we return. It's Hume 6, Carlton Hart 2. Returning from timeout late in the piece. Hart free kick, Wilbert drives, Holder did her job in the wall, and then at the second time too. Wilbert, my coach Cripps, Al Hayek is not to be beaten, as has been the recurring theme. Any goal they get now may simply be that of consolation. They have given it a good go tonight. Carlton side that have run Hume close throughout this second half. Holder did well at the second time too to slide into, block that free kick. And then Laurel Hayek at the near post has made a number of really big saves tonight to keep things at arm's length, more so than anything. Here is Al Hayek. Time ticking away. Jakili Hook. Away from the coach Cripps. Wanted to slide it for Tuana Cool, but couldn't quite. Bowen, who gave Carlton a glimmer. Hook in firmly. Hume have hit 5 fouls, so they still must be cautious to the close. Fitzroy Pascoe to follow. The Tigers know they are being tested in the early season title race. For Hume in this second half in particular, it has not been pretty, though it has been effective. Holder hammered it, Bowen got across. Jakili Hook in well, not once but twice. Bowen left a leg in, and Hook has worn one. Now Bowen. And Hume are in excess. 6 fouls and the yellow card for Jakili Hook.
I actually thought she was going again.
Player who on debut saw yellow twice.
Oh my God.
Seen yellow only once. So Hearts have got to look for one for the road perhaps. 28 seconds to the close. Lucinda Bowen
Press that one when you...
against Lara Al Hayek. And so a late spot kick. 10-metre penalty. Hart, if they are to chalk one back, it would be richly deserved this second half. Bowen for the road. Is denied by Al Hayek. And Hook is then across to clear. Still Carlton are searching to take some consolation to honour call. As Elliott fired wide. Have another look. It's into Bowen from the spot. Al Hayek got big and made a really good save. Maybe one last one to her catalogue tonight. As Holder is charging, one for the road for Hume. It's a good save from Olsen. 13 seconds to the conclusion. The job is done though, frustratingly so. Hume now to take one with them. Perhaps just to release some of the tension they felt in this half, some of the frustration. Set with depth for Holder. No way through. Elliott. Chakili Hook in. 5 seconds to the close. For Hume for now, it is to be the top of the table. 3 points from Fitzroy, who are to feature next. Provisional poll, as each weekend poses its own qualifying lap. Al Hayek with the firmest pair of hands, and so for Hume, already they are making strides. Top of the league for now for them. The reigning champions to reply when we come back. Full time in Darabin, it's Hume 6, Carlton Heart 2.
Yeah, that actually works. Got so many layers. Originally, we were going for a picnic in Rosebud for the end of season. I'm pretty confident we're going to Bora Bora first class at this rate. I had to pay fines today because it was late for my own time that I set.
Testing, testing.
Is it working?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, it's working. The evening's second instalment. The reigning champions who know that the gauntlet has been laid down early tonight. If they are to return to the top of the table, they will need to do so in convincing style against the Pascoval team that are looking truly for their first point of the campaign, their first point in women's series futsal for quite some time. Side who have, and a club who have re-entered into this competition this season. It's been a long, long time since last we saw them at this stage. And well, the Albion Chachi was on managerial duty last week. He's rejoined by Nomes Langham on the touchline. She was absent through illness, though has finally recovered and is well and truly back amongst things. The Pascoval team that were heavily depleted in the week just gone have had to really rebuild things and have had to really go about getting themselves into good standing for this season. It's a Fitzroy team, though, who need no introduction. Have only dropped 2 points this season and are looking to get on the charge with Policina, who was denied by Daly. Vonia couldn't carry further. Abdul Latif is twisting and turning with trickery. Policina set for McClure. That's a fabulous stop from Daly down low. A quick start from the Tigers, who know how important the evening is if they are to get themselves back to the top of the table on goal difference. If you've just joined us, first of all, a very good evening to you. Secondly, for Hume, it was frustrating, though they got the job done in the opening game of the night. McClure for Claudia Frescalzo on her return, has missed a couple of games through injury, as the calendar year's top scorer in this league. Wanting to get back to defend not only her crown as a champion, but as Golden Boot leader and Golden Boot winner. Wanting certainly to continue that run and to ensure that as Frescalzo is looking to turn. Abdul Latif, Frescalzo will poke Fitzroy ahead in style. The warmest welcome back after a fortnight away. Recovered from injury, back in the team, back in the goals, as if she never departed. The perfect start for her, the perfect start for them. On a night where they know 3 points will take them and keep them at the summit. They would have seen the early kickoff. They watched the closing stages of it. They saw Hume struggle at times as Frescalzo and Policina rolls it wide of the post. Nearly 2 in a trice. Has worked wonderfully. Space had opened up for Policina, who just couldn't quite pick out the far corner. Daly was beyond beaten. And so the reigning champions break through and have broken through in some style. Questions will be asked of Pascoval as to how they can reply and just go about getting themselves back into this game. Team who in the early weeks of the campaign were in all of the matches in which they were a part of, though in the past fortnight have truly felt the brunt of how brutal this league can be. It's their toughest assignment. As Frescalzo, space for Abdul Latif, who poked it under Daly and poked it away. Via a faint touch, it'll be a corner. It's a very added to Pascoval's side this evening. There was a lot of mention over what this team could look like. There were a lot of players rumoured to be making their way. As the season transpired, we've seen all of some in glimmers. Wondering when we will in fact get the full puzzle. We've only been dealt in pieces for now. It's Policina, McClure. That's a lovely switch for Frescalzo. Abdul Latif guided it gorgeously, and Frescalzo with a lovely volley makes it 2. Two for her, two for Fitzroy, and they are off to a flyer. Was clipped with a lovely loft. And for Claudia Friscalzo, who made the strike in mid-air, made it two in some style. As Abdul Latif is motoring forward at the back post was Friscalzo, denied by Daly. And what Pascovel could conjure to get themselves out of trouble. Kersey looked to find Vonia, they couldn't find her. As they themselves have not had the start they wanted, are wanting to withstand for as long as possible. Fitzroy team who do a lot of good work. Kersey's flick, a good one. And Mason Jones forced into her first save of the night. Moved on for Abdul Latif, who wanted to pierce it through the lot for Policina, though was just not quite able to. Again flung long. Friscalzo, Policina, off the back of a good take. Steered wide of the post.
What did he do? What did he do? Oh, he doesn't know. Come on, that's really funny.
It's flung long for Kersey, who had been further forward. Friscalzo. And now Policina again with space to go into. Abdul Latif, blocked by Kersey. They are pouring forward in droves. Fitzroy still searching. McClure. Policina away from Ihaka. Friscalzo on the swivel, chasing a first half hat-trick. Denied by Daly at the near post. Very quick start from the reigning champions, who are looking to make once again another statement. No one has scored more than them this season so far. As Ihaka got away from Policina, only just recycled it through Kersey. She looked to clip long. Abdul Latif was in the way. It's been a Fitzroy side that have used rotations well, that have had time for new signings to adapt. Ava Bridis brought on. She is one of them in the Golden Boot race, likewise for Policina. And the forward disposal for Jimmy Soufas at the moment is something he'd be delighted with. Beyond Mason Jones in goal, Policina, Bridis, Friscalzo and Abdul Latif all at the same time. And you think of some brilliant quartets as Bridis brilliantly was charging forward. This could very well be Fitzroy's very own Fab Four.
Maybe same email. Try the other one.
As they play in similar harmony, he would hope to. Other terrific quartets. Policina on the charge. And in dangerous territory, Abdul Latif was on. Daly got a foot in as Bridis was lurking.
Not bad.
And again, they are on the surge forward. Daly's been forced into a number of early saves. While Jarin's take with pace, Abdul Latif steered it over. Came onto it well and caught it sweetly enough. But could not quite keep the effort down. Leila Abdul Latif, who set up 5 goals last week, was back at her creative peak, as Policina will allow that to trickle out of play. One who set up more than most in the first half of the calendar year. Of course, perhaps to register the most assists in an entire calendar year of Series Futsal across the 2 seasons we have in Darabin. Here's Ava Bridis. Fitzroy have been patient and looking to find their way through. It was on the switch for Moreno, and the ball will trickle out of play. just as while Jarrett was looking to steal in. Pascovelov beyond Kasi's flick, not really yet landed a glove. And the damage has been limited well. Daly has been a big part of that. They have withstood as Ihaka had far too much of Polissina and gave away a free kick.
Only these footages have gone out. I think it's the saviour.
Reigning champions wanting to once again be league leaders in cruise control at the moment. Bridis wanted the space to open up from Moreno, which happened, gave it back for Bridis, who has got room, has got Vonya to go at. Moreno away from Schultispo, out of play.
The highlights for this game are cooked. Why? Because half the game is gone.
Again wanting Pascovel to try and carve an opening for themselves. If there is something to conjure, they could go very well to find it. Ball was clipped in no further than Bridis. It nearly fell for Schultis with some fortune. Fitzroy have been steadfast though. Defensively have been unmoved, undeterred, unedited. Mason Jones is in search of a clean sheet. You sense already this evening. Good read from Moreno, who's got options left and right. One of whom was Bridis, and has found the bottom corner expertly. A third on the break. And Fitzroy are running riot early. The way it opened up, it was a good run from Moreno. The two options while Jarin held the width, the space open for Bridis. The touch to set up the strike was terrific. And the finish was, instead of firmly, it was guided into the bottom corner. Supremely well done. Side who have knocked on the door of a third, who have threatened one certainly, have now got themselves that treble. You think of the way in which
Behind the goals just to try it.
they again have begun this game. It's been ruthless. Shades of what they have showcased in recent weeks, given away by Daly to Bennett, two former teammates, while Jaron was searching for Moreno. Schultis was there for Iaka. Cleared no further than while Jarin, and Daly was not to be caught out at the near post. And for Fitzroy, I've hit double digits twice already this campaign. I've got 3 in quick succession tonight. Good challenge from Schultis. While Jarin, Jaina Bennett, steered for Moreno, cut out by Vonya. And now Amika Schultis has got room to go into. Has got 2 in retreat. Bennett was there crucially. Ihaka's follow-in was denied well by Mason Jones. And while Jaron was then unable to find a way to clear. Pascovel corner. Looking for a way to just chip the clean sheet, to get themselves back in this game. Is there something to be brought about? Side who, by their own estimations, have not had the start of the season they would have liked. Things have been slowly coming together. Bennett on for Wild Jarin. Lovely footwork on for Moreno. Schultis intervenes. Daly will have it escorted back to her by Vonya. Quick for Ihaka. No further than Bridis. Vonya. Good challenge from Bennett, who was, again, quick to get on the press. It's his 2 new additions over the off-season. Wanting to enact the press in good time. As well, Jarin. Moreno. Again, Balkiswell, Jarin. Good run from Julia Moreno. She just couldn't quite steer it for Bridis at the back stick. The way that they flick the switch is with the utmost devastation. I think just to the touchline quickly. This may not be the worst scenario. Bringing back Claudia Frescalzo from injury, wanting not to overwork her, though Ihaka is behind. Bridis was quick to allow Mason Jones to come and close the angle, and then the door, ultimately. You think for Claudia Frescalzo, who is about to be reinstated, returning from injury after some brief time away. It's maybe the perfect way to do so. Bridis on the charge, set for Moreno, return for McClure, and the ricochet with Daly sprawling in order to punch it away. Side ball was set for Moreno. Return for Bridis. Bennett, Ava Bridis, looking again to work a yard for herself. McClure on the lunge kept it alive. Schultzis was too much to go beyond. Bridis might have a little bit of a problem. Just clutching at her wrist after that last entanglement. Fitzroy will ill afford any injuries as Bridis will give it a go. And was not too far away, though Daly was, for the most part, unbothered. As we are to hit the halfway stage of this first half. 3 for the reigning champions. McClure looking to make it 4, and will do so in wonderful style. Right on the halfway stage. McClure picked it up inside her own half. Danced beyond the lot, the space opened up. And it was finished with a flourish. 4 in a trice, and they're not done yet. Moreno, Frescalzo. Bennett was at the back stick, though, went too early. The run from Claudia Frescalzo to open up the space for that goal was a good one too, acted as a decoy. There's a rolling foul, accumulated 2. Pascoval, how do they claw themselves? Not just back into this game, but beyond a truly firing Fitzroy as Bennett will find the palms of Daly waiting. Schultzis no further than Moreno, who will hurry to keep it alive and do so. Daly will come across to stall any further advancement, and they look to go further forward. The fling was a good one. Pascoval just unable to find that finishing touch. Polissina quickly, Svekopoulos in ahead of Frescalzo, who wanted some kind of impediment. So long for Ihaka. McClure was battling with 2 Lions, both of whom were waiting to pounce. Ihaka did just that. Schultzis dropped it for Svekopoulos. Was steered invitingly. Though again, they've been unable to get further forward. Speed long by McClure. One for Frescalzo. And Schultzis in retreat. Warding off is Claudia Frescalzo, still going. To set it back for Mason Jones. Amika Schultzis, who was in the youth ranks at Fitzroy for some time, as the crossbar was rattled by Frescalzo, still hunting a hat-trick. And Svekopoulos was then across the clear. Still, the signs are ominous. They are closing in on a flood of goals as Polissina, deftly from Frescalzo, makes it 5. Delicately worked. And the finish was lovely. The intricacy of those two. So often a potent pair. That time the damage to full effect, and here they are again. Polissina, Frescalzo. Polissina will walk it in. 2 in a flash. And it was as easy as you like. on a stroll, Rihanna Policina. Frascalzo was unselfish. Fitzroy again have fired firmly. First half of the calendar year, this is where they did their most damage. First 5 minutes of the second patch of any half was where Fitzroy found a flood of goals. They are doing so again. The most potent trick in the book, as Policina and Frascalzo just couldn't quite on that occasion.
Wait, which one's that? That's the one there, but it's connected to this one.
Magro looked long.
What do you mean?
There was no option awaiting further forward.
Same email, so. Can you try the phone without the email?
And you think for Gnomes Langham, you think for Pascoe Vale. How can they get themselves
No, keep that one. Back on?
something to smile about, some sort of rhythm in this game? Frascalzo on the charge, slid it to the back post. Set for Abdul Latif, who looked to clip it for McClure, who was not quite able to. It has been a real Fitzroy surge in this first half. Reigning champions doing the damage that they wish to. Lob long by Daly, side who scored well in advance of McClure, went for a fine flick. Daly alert to it, Svetkopoulos wants it Magro. Frascalzo will usher it out of play. For a side who were all but there for 2 centuries of goals in the first half of the calendar year. Already they are 2 from 50, and we've not yet played 4.5 games as Frascalzo. No way through Svetkopoulos. We look to steer it further forward. Policina got a faint flick. Fitzroy team who, on average, have scored 10.5 going into tonight on every Friday to follow.
I feel like it's glitching it though. My phone. It's full glitching.
Svetkopoulos drove it. McClure wore it. Policina picked it off in recovery. Frascalzo nearly had her pocket picked. In fact, did by Schultzis, who was denied by Mason Jones. We've had a couple of looks like that out of a flash. Have Pascoe Vale. They just have not been able to convert or make the most of them. Mason Jones has kept well without much to do to her credit. Haven't had anything overtly, outwardly, clearly cut. Team that have been steadfast defensively. Fitzroy's Bridis makes her way back on. It's cut out by Abdul Latif, was Schultzis' corner. Pascoe wanting to conjure something. Mason Jones's palms were stung. And they have another corner. As we are starting to tick towards the break. Svetkopoulos' corner, the volley was hit crisply. And nearly, oh so nearly tonight, have we seen 2 spectacular volleys. Claire Holder in the first having flicked over 2. As Abdul Latif went the other way and thrashed her effort wide. Pascoe Vale's best patch of this first half. Frascalzo recovered it well. Policina. Again for Claudia Frascalzo. Space opened up for a strike. Went to thread Abdul Latif instead. Svetkopoulos. Magro always had a lot asked of her. Recovered by Bridis. Frascalzo no further than Svetkopoulos, who can find an avenue further forwards. Bridis the only one there. Mason Jones was also awaiting. And then looked to fling it long. Policina picked it off. Away from Schultzis. Rihanna Policina was waiting on runners. Space for Frascalzo. Set for Bridis, on for Abdulatif, who thrashed it over. Lovely move.
It's all right.
A really smooth move. Of pace and piercing precision. As Polissina again picks off. Away from Svetkopoulos. Polissina! Seventh heaven. And it was heavenly for Polissina. The footwork was fine, the finish finer. And for someone wanting to bolster her own golden boot prospects this evening, evening that could prove ominous, as she is truly off to a fine start. 7 and we are not yet at the break.
So that's what it looks like. It looks okay.
With Polissina again allowed to gather and again allowed to go. Cut out by Svetkopoulos, who had players further forward. Bridis in retreat. Magro got a strike away. Pascoe Vale have a corner.
Chris Confident, 21.
Svetkopoulos won't be able to steer her effort. More troublingly for Mason Jones. For Paige Harker and Chris Confident. For their first Pascoe Vale bouts this evening, not quite going to plan, but they've played their part as Bridis is playing hers. And waltzes in for another. Tiptoed through the lots and stole in at the back stick. Brilliantly timed run. Pascoe Vale want timeouts, just under 5 to half time. A first half Fitzroy flurry as we go to a break. It's Fitzroy 8, Pascoe Vale 0.
Don't move it yet.
Returning from timeout for the first time in the evening's second instalment. Fitzroy have hit 8. Ava Bridis, the most recent addition. Stolen at the back post more than anything. Tiptoed round the lot. Just crept in quietly, though scored with some volume. Here is Bridis once more. Switch for Abdulatif. Poked through for Polissina with loft. Daly alert to it. Busy night so far. Has Paige Daly, who again looked long for Kersey, who collided with Bridis, Polissina, Moreno. Polissina once more looked to flick further forward. Magro was in the way. Fitzroy are in a hurry. Moreno. Polissina couldn't quite deftly guide it. It got a deflection on the way, which took some pace out of the ball. Daly got fingertips, will be a corner. Polissina's take to the back post for Bridis, who caught it sweetly. Oh, just could not quite pick out the top corner. Just for a moment, though, when it sat up, you thought it could be something spectacular. Policina with a good pick-off. And Fitzroy charging again, 2 up with her. Bridus was one of them, away from Magro, denied by Daly. They are really in the mood this evening. You think perhaps for Jimmy Soufis and co, this is the first time he has had certainly a 4 that can provide as much potency as perhaps any in the land. You think of the quartet that he can run with, you think of the fact that Moreno as well will come off the bench. Players not even on the team sheet tonight. Amanda Raha is one of them. There is a lot of potency, a lot of weaponry in the arsenal of the reigning champions. Policina switched for Wal Jarin, who was under pressure from Schultzis. She's been lively so far this evening for Pascovel. Good read from Moreno, moved on for Policina, who's got Magro to go at. And sliding at the back post was Bennett, who could not quite divert it in for another and nearly diverted herself onto Daly. 2 former teammates spent a lot of time together. Certainly at Heidelberg last year, at Northcote as well. 2 players who have gone on to pastures new since as Policina, Moreno, while Jarin, the return was a fraction behind. Magro then came through to challenge. Oh, there is a pace, there is a ferocity that is frightening, to which Fitzroy have played with in this first half. Moreno. Away from Schultzis, trying to poke it through Svekopoulos. Through was Vonya. He won the for Gnomes Lang and Frelby and Chachi 2 on the touchline, where they must go from here. They must look to produce as Policina. Struck with some force, though. Was again not able to pick out the far side netting. They have carved and curated a lot of opportunities to that degree. Fitzroy themselves, it's been a fiery first half in front of goal. Policina again is on the charge again. Svekopoulos went to stop her. Schultzis likewise. Wide was Bennett. She could not find a way beyond Vonya. He's made a bright start to life. And Fitzroy has Jaina Bennett. New additions that Jimmy Soufis has been full of praise for. Was so a fortnight ago when we were able to have a chat with him. As for Scalzo. Steered for Moreno, who will get in on the act. And they are 1 from double digits, 2 from the break. And again, there is a certain degree of confident Fitzroy jubilation. They simply slice their way through and are looking to do so again. McClure wanted while Jarin. And Jimmy Soufis wants timeout. So 2 to the break in Darabin. Jimmy Soufis will want to plan something special to perhaps bring up double digits. As we go to a break, it's Fitzroy 9, Pascoe Vale 0. Returning from timeout, 2 to the break. Is it to be another Fitzroy set-piece special? Jimmy Soufis, the master of this particular occasion. It's not to be this time round. There's Calzo from McClure, who could not quite find a way further forward. Vonia was there to intervene. Has been a ferocious half from the reigning champions, and they are still not quite done yet. Calzo on for Jarin. Set for Bennett. Balkiswal, Jarin. McClure, Bennett. Return for McClure. It's a lovely move. And it was drilled just wide of the post. Intricacy they've played with in this first half has been nothing short of spectacular. The way that they've been able to work in close quarters, close areas where Pasco Vale have looked to close things down. Vonia took over. Ihaka left it for her while Jaron was in retreat. Svekopoulos did well. Looked to steer it for Kersey, who fancies a go at Bennett and can go beyond Bennett. Mason Jones was there, though, to make the denial. Vonia. Return it for Kersey, wanted to switch for Confidi. Frascalzo cut it off, set it for Bennett, denied by Daly, and Frascalzo snatched at it. More than anything. Rushed an opportunity for a first half hat-trick and to bring up double digits. Into the first half's final 60 seconds. Confidi away from Frascalzo, sat down Mason Jones. Frascalzo the other way, was fouled. In a bit too firmly was Confidi. You wonder, will there be a keeping change? Elizabeth Eyre is among the Fitzroy substitutes tonight. There could very well be a half-and-half exchange between the two. You wonder what the messaging will be at the break as McClure is on the charge. And again unable to pick out the corner. Someone whose stock has risen sharply this year is Niamh McClure. Has become entrusted with many of the big moments, certainly in the title run-in. Deeply entrusted player. As Kersey caught it sweet and stung the palms of Mason Jones. I get some applause. Noam Slangham was a fan, Albion Chachi likewise. Late Pasco Vale corner, 22 seconds to half time. Can they claw one back? Corner set with depth, too much depth. Or are Fitzroy to pinch a 10th, right on the cusp of the break. Is it to be Frascalzo? Lost out to Kersey, who had no one further forward to find. Though with the time ticking down, but one thing is for certain, the reigning champions are halfway back to the top of the table. The provisional poll lap was set by Hume. It has since been bettered in some style so far. They're halfway there. Half-time in Darebin. Fitzroy 9, Pasco Vale 0. Returning for the second half of the evening second installation in Darabin. Fitzroy on the charge early. Friscalzo was sought after by Bridis within 12 second half seconds. It's been an evening for early goals at the start of the second period. For the reigning champions, they hit 9 without reply in the first. As for Pascoe Vale, it's an evening that's not necessarily gone to plan thus far. They will look to see what they can take from the second set. You wonder what the messaging was from Jimmy Soufas at half-time. He's a man who pushes ruthlessness at times, but there is a certain style for which he wishes his team to play, and they have certainly answered those calls in the opening part of this game. You suspect he will want to be unrelenting, all things considered. As the second half transpires, as Kersey went no further than McClure, Friscalzo, Policina. Those two in particular had quite a half between them. Rihanna Policina, whose only previous outing was against 1-0, where she scored 7. Has already added to that tally, is already marking herself as a Golden Boot candidate again this season. That's a lovely ball for Friscalzo, whose touch was a fraction too heavy. I think for the options which have presented themselves really to Fitzroy in terms of the personnel, in terms of the squad size, ever readily available as Policina. Friscalzo, good challenge by Kersey, who was just there in order to keep the door shut. Policina patient. Friscalzo likewise. Space for Policina. Central was Bridis. It was behind her. That is how quickly things can change, though. All it took was a slight overstep from Kersey, and not only was she swarmed upon, the options and opportunities presented themselves. Friscalzo, Bridis on the lunge. Tried to steer it for McClure and couldn't quite. Someone who really proved game changer in both occasions where they have been tested this campaign. In the point picked up against Hume, they will view as 2 dropped. She was superb likewise last week when the game was in the balance. Compared to the evening's closing installation, it's a 1-0 side that have been on the wrong end of a couple of rough weeks against an Aku team who toe-to-toe for some patch of the game against Fitzroy 7 sleeps ago, but ultimately succumbed to those who took their crown. In the meantime, here's Kersey, who is wider than near post. The Tigers did make that goalkeeping change at half-time. Mason Jones with her first half clean sheet, but they will be hoping to match that in the bid all-round defensively for a good night's work. Policina was measured. Friscalzo got in ahead of Vonia, set for McClure. And De Arco was there to block. Someone who still at times can be pensive on the touchline. Jimmy Soufas is an architect of perfection in his own right. Policina. It'll fall for Bridis, who thought about it for a split second. Policina, McClure. It's measured, waiting for their moment, waiting for the opening. Bridis had to lunge and couldn't keep it alive. The changes perhaps are forthcoming. Abdulatif and Moreno getting readied. By Daly, too heavy for Vonia. I just wonder when it comes to Claudia Frescalzo. You can imagine she would be someone that is not heavily rotated necessarily, but certainly with one eye on fixtures forthcoming and looking after her health. Turn to the side tonight. Was kitted up in case of emergency last week, though ultimately not required. So Abdul Latif is on the drive. Vonia was there to try and clear it. Harker had got in the way. Still, they cannot find a way through for a 10th. And a side that have prided themselves on a flood of goals this season. Daly drove it, picked off by Policina. Threaded wonderfully for Moreno, who was denied by Daly. Vonia kept it moving. Pascovel conjures something on the counter. Brightest the only one back and was the only one picked out by Confidi. Abdul Latif and Policina will be denied by Daly at close range. And now Confidi with Brightest to go beyond. That was too tall an order. Moreno. Brightest had to spin away from Vonia. Abdul Latif always an outlet. Cut out by Ahaka. Pascovel will want to see if they can go and claim something from the evening. That's a gorgeous ball for Ahaka in behind, who stung the palms of air and won a corner. Their first real fly forward of the second half. You sense it could be the cause of Fitzroy frustration if they are to concede. Ahaka's corner, hit across the face with pace, cleared by Brightest, no further than Kersey. Abdul Latif got a touch. Clip long for Confidi, who timed the run well and caught the wrong side of Brightest. The touch was just a fraction too heavy. Otherwise, she could have had a look too. Abdul Latif, that's lovely. Her weight was just maybe a bit too heavy. Brightest was lurking. Those two have made quite a combination themselves. It's a good claim from that. You think of Policina and Frescalzo as a dynamic duo. Abdul Latif and Brightest too have struck up a chemistry. Policina went centrally. Escovel can only clear. Era stayed high. And fancies a go of her own. Was within range. Daly's palms were stung. Paige Daly fancied an effort and hit the banister. As Air had ventured forward. As again in search of Policina. Jenna Bennett makes her way on. And you wonder for Noam Slangham what must be going through her mind at this stage in the game. It is a project, it is never easy to come into a division like this and find success with immediacy. She did so last time out at the start of the year. With this set of Lions, though, a rather different tune in a different jungle. How she will be hoping to get all of the pieces to be put together. Tonight, perhaps, yet another learning curve, yet another lesson. It's Policina for Bennett. Leila Abdul Latif. Fitzroy measured. Bennett looking to go at Vonia, who had defended well. Ihaka took over. Jada Bennett got a boot in. Daly with a sharp step. Just opened the yard. It's a good ball to find Kersey, whose touch was loose. Policina picked it off. Options left and right. The ball for Moreno was a fraction too heavy. Just unable to get it under control. Otherwise, Fitzroy would have been on their way again. You think for both of these two teams, all that is forthcoming, not only to close out August and winter, but to welcome in September and spring. Fitzroy have Hearts, and then right at the start of September, it is Hume once again. It is the second coming of the top two. And we are hoping Chapter 2 gives us the same as the first one did. Good challenge from Vonya. Just as Abdulatif looked to charge forward. Stefania warding off while Jarin. Away from Moreno, that's nicely done. Percy clipped long, Bennett the only one there. Covered by Ihaka. Vonya, patient. Kersey. Lovely footwork in order to evade Moreno. But not go beyond Bennett, while Jarin is on the charge centrally. Jana Bennett went in that direction and Daly was diligent and alert to it. Just for a moment they thought it was the opening. As in fact Kersey has stayed down behind play. Quick shout from all officials to cause a halt. Challenge with Bennett was not one of malice, it might have been the landing. Worth noting, the surface at DCSS is far from gentle. Kersey okay to continue. And Vonya happy to set it back for Air, who will get things properly back underway. Abdulatif went searching with immediacy, there was no respite for Kersey, who maybe was still nursing. Immediately, any weaknesses looking to be exploited, but as again, Air is fancying an effort of herself within range. There was a shout for a corner that was waved away. And for a second, Fitzroy thought Daly got a graze. From Vonya was not one that could find confidence, but for Pascoe Vale, beyond this week, it's the end of a pretty tough patch. 1-0 and Aku to follow before Hume. And the midst of September rounded out by Hart. And will take us to round 10 and almost to the halfway stage of the season. Carry on through to the end of December, though the wintry months, the shorter evenings are becoming fewer further between. Does get crisp in here. That's given away by Kersey for Bennett and Abdulatif. Daly will deny her. Confidi was into clear while Jarin will rekindle with it. Moreno. While Jarin, Julian Moreno again. Fancy to drive on a corner. Top of the table beckons once more. That's Abdulatif, that was a good hit. And it needed a fine stop from Daly. Was caught sweetly by Leila Abdulatif. To set it that way again. Here is Abdulatif once more. Again on the drive, again wins a corner. A string of successive set pieces for Fitzroy. Abdulatif this time, fire deflection! We'll find the net and we'll find double digits. Drilled. The first one was caught sweet, the second sweeter. Had Kersey been more in the way, she would have been collateral damage. A rocket from Leila Abdulatif. Daly no chance, deflection or not. And here is Abdulatif again. Fancies another for herself, awkward for Daly, who adjusted well. Kersey came clattering through. And just for a moment, the clearance threatened us. While Jarin looking to twist and turn. Abdulatif cut out by Schultzis, her touch was heavy. And then picked Abdulatif's pocket and is in behind. Air was there, though Pascoe Vale have pulled one back. And so there is a positive to the evening for them. And for Amika Schultes, who did well to pick it off Abdul Latif. The finish was coolly taken. And so for Fitzroy, there is not to be a clean sheet this evening. And as it was speculated for Jimmy Soufis, it was a slight bit frustrating. I was not best pleased with the method in which that was conceded. Even though they are firmly in control. Abdul Latif's 10th also hit Fitzroy's seasonal average of still in and around 10.5. While Jaron was warded, while Jaron conceded the corner. Pascoe-Vale perhaps their best patch of the game. This last minute or two. Confidi's corner was flicked further forward. McClure might have worn one. Inadvertently, albeit. McClure quickly back up. A straying arm or elbow. Nothing entirely malicious. She is more than okay to continue. Daly quick to restart things. McClure got up. Bennett. Confidi. Good challenge from Wild Jarin. McClure, Friscalzo, Bennett. Oh, wonderfully worked. Friscalzo's following off the base of the post. And somehow the rebound was steered wide. Terrific move. The link up between Friscalzo and Bennett was razor sharp. Pascoe-Vale were cut open. All it needed was the finishing touch. And for Claudia Friscalzo, still in search of a hat-trick on return. The second half, the closest she's come. Well, Jared had Vonya to evade. Bennett was happy to return it for her. Halfway stage of this second half. It's been a very patient Fitzroy approach. Damage they suspect is already done. You wonder how much further they will want to inflict things. Forged Jimmy Soufis time to willingly rotate. I think for players who have been on the end of quite heavy physical loads, not only tonight in recent weeks. Friscalzo back from injury. Well and truly in particular, Niamh McClure perhaps could just be monitored a little bit more closely. After she inadvertently copped an arm. Well and truly in pursuit though, not only of back-to-back titles, of tying the all-time record as well, chasing their own bit of history. And Friscalzo is on her own and only rippled the side netting. Was found brilliantly by Policina. Someone who is having a year. Claudia Friscalzo, 50 on the dot in the first half of the calendar. And a steady return in what unfortunately for her has been an injury hit start to the second campaign. Here is Policina. Friscalzo. Rihanna Policina. Looking to size up. Harker away further forward and couldn't quite find it. With things and with fixtures forthcoming, it's Carlton side that have certainly shown some mettle in recent weeks as Bridis is on the charge. It was a fraction too far ahead of Friscalzo. You suspect that they will be looking to go toe-to-toe for a second table topping edition in a fortnight. Pascovel this second half, though, have played with a much better rhythm, much better intensity, a much better flow. For Gnomes, Langham and Co, there's positives to be taken. They've had to ride their luck at times, of course. Vonya with whip, the following from Confidi. Podicina was there on both occasions. Pascovel have got themselves a corner. Leila Abdulatif awaiting her reintroduction. Corner was set centrally for Schultzis, who's had a good night. McClure was hustled and had no way out. Set again for Vonya, who didn't catch it at all. Wanted the 1-2. Policina picked it off and is on the charge. Likewise is McClure. Return for Policina, who steered it wide of the post. Too much to the near side. On what was looking as though it was to be another brutal breakaway. McClure's stint comes to its closing. This is a fall that could become familiar. Abdulatif, Policina. Vonya in the way, Policina, Bridis. Wanting to work a yard, Abdulatif, Policina, Bridis, lovely. And a terrific save from Daly to deny a delightful move. Bridis this time to drive it, Vonya in the way. And Confidi is the one to recover. Schultzis looking to turn with pace. Bridis will give chase. And will do superbly to keep it alive. Abdulatif likewise, though was out of room. Offered something in the way of apology, though. That is most entertaining. Policina this time in the way. And Julia Moreno getting ready for another stint. 7 to the close in Darabin. Fitzroy firmly heading back to the top of the table. Level on points with Hume, but with a far superior goal difference. Friscalzo, Policina this time won't be denied. Their number 10 piles on 11. And it was as smooth and simple as you like. Friscalzo's cutback was placed so precisely. Policina simply arrived onto it and picked where she wished to place it. As Confidi on the drive, air denied, and Harkanili was there to pull back a second. Svekopoulos cut it out. Pascovel simply searching for what they could take with them. They're forced into a denial. Svekopoulos searching for the top corner.
Good to watch. We'll get better. I think the phone line needs to be restarted so put it
Harker's corner, set for Schultzis, who had a yard.
He would have liked it.
He didn't catch the effort cleanly.
I was waiting for it.
Policina was waiting to find Abdulatif, who'd opened up. Policina on the charge, away from Schultzis, on for Abdulatif, who has played with flair. Still going as Abdulatif, picked up by Svekopoulos, given away to Policina, who will pile on another. A gift for Rihanna Policina. Abdulatif did the hard work. And the finish was tucked away, certainly. And for Fitzroy, it is another night where they can simply cash in front of goal. Polisina drilled it. Moreno wanting to go way beyond. Schultz couldn't get it under the other way.
Ethan, just talk about this great goal from Fitzroy.
The most recent of Fitzroy additions. One of them was the cutback for Polisina, who guided it terrifically. As Polisina is at it again. And this time unable to steer it in. Away to Ihaka, recovered by Bridis, who again has had a night and guided deftly for Polisina. Abdul Latif, Bridis had gone early. Abdul Latif still went searching. Svekopoulos. Abdul Latif ushered her out of play. Time is ticking away. This was a superbly worked goal. Ball was weighted wonderfully for Frascalzo, guided for Polisina,
I can't even lie,
who
it actually looks,
timed the run supremely.
it looks professional, to be honest, for a phone.
And just from a ground view, how good is that?
Thank you.
Just how good is that? As Polisina is on the march again. Confident in retreat, this time gathered into the palms of Daly.
Bro, you see, I was
Given on for Schultzis, who had options forward, left and right. Ball was far too heavy to find either.
scored a great goal. And I'm like, now the replay
Into the final five of the evening's second edition. Bridis is on the charge again.
games coming up for Mets.
Schultzis in retreat, set for Abdul Latif. Layla Abdul Latif had opened up for her. And had a hit which, though was arrowing for the top corner, arrowed over in the end.
Look at this. Oh. How'd you do it? Cut? No, you meant to.
As again Fitzroy on the stroll forward. Like that has been theirs from the start. Over half a century of goals already, and Bridis is looking to add to it. And again guides, as coolly as you like, into the far corner. Supremely scored. The angle got closed, Bridis had breezed beyond
About selections, I have to
and
make some
tucked it away knowingly. Not quite the outpouring they had against 1-0 though. This is well and truly a similarly ferocious stamp. Polisina is hungry. Bennett's at the back post. A blitz. And steered in at the end of another supremely timed run and another beautifully weighted ball. Placed into a path. Bennett came onto it in a way which she could not miss. And it's Ava Bridis looking to round Daly. And in fact had given away a free kick late. Moreno was looking for the follow-in. Central for Confidi, who had evaded well. Moreno was too tough to go beyond. It'll break for Bennett. On the switch was Bridis, who is all on her own, unselfishly for Bennett. And this is where they start to stroll far beyond. The difference is extended. Bridis could have gone alone. Waited on Bennett to just breeze beyond. And steered for a simpler, the simplest of finishes. Game's final few minutes, closing stages. Fitzroy are piling on the pain for Pascoe Vale. Moreno with a good read. Policina. Bennett is lurking again. Is round Daly, who had denied her, and Kersey could not prevent the corner. Late in the play, Balkiswell Jarrett introduced. Wanting simply to see it out. Taken by Bennett, set for Bridis. Steered with pace to the back post. Svetkopoulos, Kersey, who could only clear. The question is, how many more do they wish to take with them? Steered down the line for Policina, who could not keep up with it. For Leila Abdulatif, her night might be done. He is calling an early end. Fitzroy are calling an early end themselves. Abdulatif has had yet another night where she played architect for many a goal. Someone who sets them up supremely, who got involved in the act as well. An important cog in a team that is ruthlessly running towards another title.
You just said switch it. Yeah, but I meant to say, like, I thought you were already.
Late free kick, Policina impeded.
It's really funny.
They tick down the seconds. Is there one, maybe two more to be taken? Or is Jimmy Sufa simply implying that the job is done? Policina is not. Nor is Bridis. Those two combine. Perhaps there is to be one for the road. As Policina deftly tucks in one more. "16 in a trice. Ruthless, as autocratic as they can be at the top of the table, while Jarin Bennett, unrelenting, simply unrelenting. 17. And there is still over a minute to go. Only 3 from 2 sets of 10. They were left one shy against 1-0. Is the wonder to how many they could add. Policina to place for Bridis. What a wonderful run and a smashing ball to find her. While Jarin looked to pick it off, Svetkopoulos, Schultzis couldn't get it under. Final minute in Darabin. 20 may be off the cards. Policina doesn't think so, nor does Bridis. Those two wanting to combine once more. Every fine margin. Still being contested. Bennett with a good hit and a good save from Daly. While Jarin, Policina, Bridis. Now they tick out the time. Policina, though, away from Kersey. Had 2 to contend with, Schultzis and Svetkopoulos. Bridis too tough to go beyond. Policina, Bridis. Daly tonight. Ava Bridis still tried to hook it over the line. And she herself has ended up in the net. The ball did not quite follow. Was given belatedly a hand up from Kersey. A small bit of closing second chaos. As Bridis went to guide it while Jarin couldn't get there. 10 seconds to the close. The job most certainly done.
Oh, is it that lag?
It's a statement in and of itself. Second time this season they have come close to 20 in an outing. If Fitzroy are to be caught, it will take something special. Level on points though they may be, it is a machine that simply keeps on motoring, and motoring far clear at the top of the Premiership. Full time in Darabin, it's Fitzroy 17, Pascoe Vale 1.
Testing, testing.
An emphatic win for Fitzroy, who stay top of the table. I've got one of the new additions for this season, Julia Moreno-Fallada, with me at the moment. Julia, first of all, what is it like to be part of this side, a team that are so ruthless, they pride themselves on keeping standards so high, and a team that you can clearly see has got such a drive to be successful?
Yeah, sorry. Being in the team is like incredible. The girls are very good. They are super confident. They always train hard. So I really like training with them. They're constant. It's good. I don't know. Yeah.
And playing under somebody like Jimmy, who is a coach with a great deal of experience and a great deal of knowledge, what have you been able to pick up already at the early stages of playing with this side and playing under him?
Yeah, Jimmy's very good. I think he's top in Australia. He knows a lot of tactics, and he makes us learn how to pressure really well. He puts a lot of emphasis on defense, and he really wants us to finish, even though sometimes we don't. But he's a good coach.
And one last thing, level on points, but top of the table on goal difference. Just how deep is the desire for this team to win a second consecutive title this year, and also to ensure that they do it in a really convincing fashion too?
Yeah, I just came a month ago, but I've just a month, they told me that they really want to win it. I know how they feel. I know the enthusiasm and the motivation that they have, and I think we have to try.
Well, Julia, muchas gracias and well played tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
evening's final installation for your Friday night. And it is two teams level on points in the table, though, with very, very contrasting fortunes to kickstart their campaigns. 1-0 started top of the table after a fortnight. Back-to-back wins have since been followed by back-to-back defeats, and both at a rather heavy canter to their own misfortune. Tonight they'll be looking to get back to winning ways and get back into the top three if they are to beat a Melbourne Aku side who themselves have been in a decent bit of form as of recent, though despite going close with the reigning champions last week, succumbed to defeat for them. A couple of big ins for 1-0. Paige Foa is restored to the side. Reed Jacobs is still entrusted on the touchline. Costa Frutis is out on international duty. However, if you are listening and watching in tonight, good evening to you, Costa. I hope things are treating you well over in Europe. For QEMU and for Melbourne Aku, though, this is a good opportunity for them to well and truly continue a good bit of early season momentum and a good feeling that has been restored around a camp that is still in the midst of winter, adorned in quite an evergreen. So for both of them, a really good look tonight to make sure that their fast starts to the season are not simply just that they are something to be consistent, upheld and withheld. And here is McCaffrey early, who had a terrific opportunity to put 1-0 ahead. The first real look for them this evening. Foa stripped it away from Mergianos. And Paige Foa was unable to find a way further forward. Back in the limelight, back in the fold is the American, who has had some time away from Series Futsal, though well and truly in her outdoor life has recently been part of an Eltham Redbacks team that were promoted to Victoria's top flight. So a big congratulations to her too. Best on the switch. Duff got a flick. Here is Foa, up with now two. And Alexia Duff was too tricky to go beyond. First time in a bit too we've seen Alexia Duff in Aku colours. Someone who spent time in and out of the side, not only this season, this calendar year, has had a couple of issues with injury. Gets it from Best, steered for Mergianos, who couldn't quite clip the return. Foa, sharp swivel, Chincotta in the way, corner. QEMU's been well and truly there to rotate things for Aku so far in and of this season. The set short for Foa. He tried to work a yard. Best got a boot in the way. And Sheshelnitsky was forced into a save to fly across. A really, really tricky start for Aku to navigate. Chincotta picked it off. Set back for Best, on for Mergianos. Isabella Chincotta. Away from Foa, Duff, Best. Look to switch it again. Chincotta gives a thumbs up in way of both acknowledgement and apology. Though unable to find a way further forward. Juong, cut out by Duff. Chincotta again just couldn't quite get it under. Those of you who have just joined us, a good evening to you. Ticking towards 10 o'clock in the evening here in Melbourne. On what has become a bit of a frosty Friday night. Hugh got the job done in the early kickoff against Carlton Hart. Fitzroy were far too good for Pascoe Vale in the game just gone. These two teams at the moment, though, two who could have similar prospects come December when the season concludes. Knowing that this, in all truth, is the early time where that is made. There is, of course, no keeping option for 1-0 tonight. Sheena Hun is entrusted between the sticks. Come from the bench, they have Sadie Smith and Isabella Ramirez as Best went on the drive. And was not able to steer it the other side of the post. Foa challenge, Chincotta. Again, not able to quite get there. Now two. McCaffrey, lovely spin. Away from Best is McCaffrey, who scores a wonderful opening goal. Speared, and 1-0 have the lead. The turn was sharp from McCaffrey. chopped away from Best. It was a smashing turn and a smashing finish. And a 1-0 side who in recent weeks have been in need of restoring the feeling are doing just that. Good turn from Chincotta, who fancied a drive. Juwong was there to block, recovered by Foa. Through Chincotta's legs for McCaffrey, who had 2 to evade. Though was out of room while looking to do so beyond Duff. And then Mergianos. Always an intriguing addition, the final game of the evening. Can throw up a surprise and a shock. Mergianos away from Juwong. Look to guide it for Duff at the back post. Cut out by now 2. On for McCaffrey, who can go once again. Away from Best. Couldn't set back for Foa. Cut out by Chincotta. Mergianos now. Lexia Duff. A measured Aku approach. Set on by Best. Mergianos went searching. Duff, Mergianos steered it over. One 0 off a quick start. Had an opportunity to make it 2. Had a real way to go and get themselves more steady footing. McCaffrey charging, Foa was firing, though wide of the near post. New and Co have got to find a way in that of response. Foa on the charge via a deflection, wins a corner. They have started oh so strongly. Again set for Foa, who is looking to go at Best. Now 2. Page Foa will fashion a strike. That needed intervention. Aku on the cusp of a good 1-0 start. Chincotta looked to slide it. Now 2 cut it out. Foa didn't sort her feet out. Isabella Chincotta now with 3 to go beyond. Juwong was 1 too many. Foa. Juwong guided. McCaffrey clips it over. Lovely move. A smooth break. Sophie McCaffrey just got under it at the wrong time. Steered the effort over the bar. Aku could so nearly have been 2 behind, just clipped over. Had a good sight of it. It was a well-timed run too. Unable though to find the finishing touch. And Fareed Jacobs on the touchline is imparting a lot of words of wisdom to Sophie McCaffrey in way of just ensuring she manages herself through this game. McCaffrey's again been in and out, more in this season for 1-0. As Duff is twisting and turning and tangled. Foa tried to poke it through for Juwong though couldn't. Two teams that have gone at a good pace so far to close out the evening. Mergianos, that's nicely guided. Chincotta, Duff. Isabella Chincotta. Aku wondering what they can conjure. Dropped deftly by Duff. Chincotta, no way beyond McCaffrey, who fancied a drive, blocked by now 2. Neatly done by Karina now 2. McCaffrey, Foa. Waited on Juwong, nearly showed too much to Duff, did to Chincotta. Still going was Foa, who fired wide. Aku needing a bright way of response. It hasn't been a bright start. Good read from now 2. Who had many to go beyond. Chincotta clipped it, now 2 recovered it. And just could not quite get the shot away. Mergianos. Cut out by McCaffrey, who is looking to go again at Mergianos. Sophie McCaffrey Twisting and turning, though not able to guide it further beyond. It's perhaps 1-0's best start so far this season, though Duff is in behind. And it's denied at the near post well by Hun. Corner taken quickly for Cincotta. No further than Juong, who found Foa, and she can go. Mergianos in retreat, picked her pocket. Duff, Cincotta. Lovely, really tidy 1-2. Cincotta's touch was heavy, Mergianos might benefit. Though the ricochet off Hun, then off her. We'll see it out for the keeper's ball. But for Gina Hun, who's in goal, the first real couple of interventions she's had to make tonight. There's a real emphasis on Aku being allowed to have the ball deeper. And they're wanting to prove trickier to play beyond. That's a good read from Juong. Set for Foa, returned and guided brilliantly, and the outside of the post is grazed. Was a lovely move. Well read by Juong to kick it off. The finish was just on the wrong side of the upright. Mergianos has been measured. They have been patient so far. Clip for Cincotta, couldn't get further. Has been a bit of an Aku tale so far, in the way of not being able to get too much further forward, to which they would like. Only really one or two stark opportunities. Mergianos, Cincotta. Juong looked to go further forward. Annabelle Mergianos was in the way. Cincotta measured for Best, who was around Smith and has options left and right, one of whom will steer into the net for the equaliser. And Aku's first real opportunity of prominence sorts themselves a leveller. It had been coming. Just as they had started to build some momentum, they withstood a lot of 1-0's early pressure. Aku find themselves a goal that's guided expertly. Slow start to this game, though they're up ahead of steam. Duff looked to return for Mergianos. Alexia Duff will have a go. And Hun was down to deny her. Smith with no way further forward. And this game swings once again on the fine pendulum that is its process. Mergianos, with a bit of fortune, found Best superbly on the switch, who is looking to go beyond Smith. Recovered by now to Foa. Smith, nicely worked, though given away. And Aku looking to get themselves back ahead. Juong was there to intervene. Mergianos. Best. Duff. Lovely guide for Miller. Best who will have a drive. Hun was sprawled momentarily. Juong's clearance found Foa. Mergianos left the leg in. 1-0, we're in a hurry to get things going. Now to Foa. Away from Duff though, not Mergianos. Recovered by Smith. Corina now to Paige Foa. Now two. Measured from 1-0. No way through Mergianos. It's been where they've struggled since that opening goal to make inroads centrally. Let's see Duff darting to the near post. And hitting the outside of it. There's Miller Best. Had Foa to contend with. Vancouver to get themselves out of a bind at times. Duff can drive, Best had opened. The return was cut out by now two, who then timed the challenge expertly. Alexia Duff rekindled, set for Mergianos. Halfway stage of the first half. Best is on the turn, these two are lock level. Jiwong was diligent. Foa couldn't quite find now two. And a timeout is wanted by Kyuimu and by Aku, who got themselves level after 1-0 had taken the lead. As we go to a break in Darabin, it's Melbourne Aku 1, 1-0 1. Returning from timeout, lock level between these two teams. Aku got themselves level halfway to the break in Darabin. For Kyuimu and Co, it was a slow start, but they have picked up the pace since 1-0. Started better. Sophie McCaffrey scored a super goal to put them ahead. Since then, though, they have not been able to conjure too much more. As Alexia Duff is on the drive via a deflection, which made it awkward for Hun momentarily, though she was able to recover. 1-0, not helping themselves, give away a corner. Chincotta's take, set to the near post for Duff, who was crowded out. McCaffrey went and won it, and poked it on for Foa. Paige Foa had an early drive. It was not to be undeterred. Fling long for Duff was too long, and will keep it in. Both of these two teams, certainly in 1-0's case, much more measured. Right at the start of this game than they have been in the last 2 weeks. Conceded 32 goals in their previous two outings. It's been a frosty fortnight for them. Well, just looking to have been playing with a lot more guile at the moment. Best. Looking to slice forward for Chincotta. It might break for Best. Chincotta was lurking, the ball was too heavy. Flashed across the face. Before Isabella, Chincotta could go and get on the end of it. Now two, that's nicely done. Jiwong just couldn't quite get further forward. For 1-0, the things that had started so well in the game's early passages have been slightly more fraught in the minutes that have gone by. Now two is hustled by Chincotta, who got there. Looked to steer it for Mergianos. Jiwong couldn't quite, and Foa couldn't quite get it under. Knocking on the door. The momentum has shifted sharply as the half has transpired. Chincotta, Mergianos. Switch for Miller Best, who lunged and who couldn't keep it alive. It's again now two on the switch for Juwon. It's more akin. That's a lovely turn from McCaffrey. And a fine save at the near post. Another 1-0 corner. McCaffrey's looked lively. Will be her take. Look to set for Foa, read by Mergianos. Foa in firmly, too firmly. Aku free kick. Saidu 7 sleeps to go this time in the half-work. Level with the reigning champions. Chinkota looked to guide it for Duff at the back post, though couldn't quite. Flung long by Hunt in search of McCaffrey. She too unable to keep it in. Game that has proven since the timeout to be a little more stop-starty than perhaps both managers would have liked. Chinkota having taken 3, best when searching. Duff might get there ahead of Juong. It was just a little awkward. It was a well-timed run. See Duff causing chaos. Chinkota. Too much on it for Mergianos. What do you think for Kuimu? Again, the sole substitute. When could that become a factor? Will it do so as it did last week? If that is to be the case, at what time, in what place? Foa couldn't quite set for McCaffrey. He's too lock level, as perhaps early season fortunes would entail. Aku have been brighter since getting level. Mergianos, clip for Chinkota the other way. Again, no way beyond now too. They have just looked better in the last minute or so. QEMU aside. Mergianos looked to swivel McCaffrey and couldn't. Changes for 1-0. Who have been encouraging and wanting longer stints, so that's given away to Chinkota. Now two got a foot in. Isabella Chinkota just for a moment thought the door was open. Aku have really ripped the momentum from 1-0. Chinkota. Well, read by now too. And the counter could be on. Foe was further forward. Ramirez couldn't quite. Covered by McCaffrey. Now two. No way beyond Mergianos. The effort was driven. Hun got a good hand. Another Aku corner. They have just snatched the ascendancy of this half. Confidence of going toe-to-toe with Fitzroy last week and what it can bring. Chinkota, Mergianos, those two working well in combination, as they have done this season. Foe has now got space behind. Chinkota was across deftly. Miller Best nearly had a yard. McCaffrey was across. They will do it all over again. Chinkota's corner. Again, Mergianos. They want it to prove fruitful. Isabella Chinkota had no way through, but could keep a set piece. Every single yard is to fight for. Every single yard is the subject of challenge, of coming together. Flicked with height for Best, made to the back post, and Aku have flipped it round in no time. The succession of set pieces wears off and pays off. And Aku have got the lead for the first time tonight. McCaffrey charging, looking to instate parity. Ramirez, Foa, fine hit. though it didn't have too much on it in the end. They had started slowly. As McCaffrey picked it off, looked to set for Foa. And Aku can go again. On the search for a third before half-time that would open up some breathing room. Good read from Chinkota, who had one up with her. Isabella Chinkota looking to set further back. Picked off by now too. Not quite steered for Foa. 1-0 turned now, just to hang in there a little bit. Taking towards 5 to the break in Darabin. McCaffrey now 2. The rhythm that was there early has deserted them. And Karina now 2 with far too much on it for Sophie McCaffrey, who was unable to get further forward. And speared long. Duff with room to swivel. Mergianos. Aku wanting to conjure space for a third. Duff, Mergianos. Best. Duff, nicely done. There to intervene was now 2, taken up by Foa, who's away from Mergianos, and on in space is Ramirez, who will have a drive that lacked guile. Good challenge from now 2, who couldn't get beyond Best. And now the other way. Options with her, one of whom is Duff. Return for Miller Best. A blistering Aku break. And they've got some breathing room. Terrific 1-2. Worked terrifically by Duff. The wait to return it for Best was wonderful. And Best simply steered it into the corner. And Aku were just starting to steer themselves clear. 3 straight title wins. 3rd place finish in the first season. That's a gorgeous ball for Chinkota, who will roll in a 4th. Wonderful. Magnificent from Mergianos. And as composed as you like from Chinkota. 2 and a trice, 4 for Aku, who are flying towards the break. And for 1-0, they wish for it not to be the same old story as it has been in weeks gone by. McCaffrey no way through Chinkota, who stood firmly. Foa in behind, battling with Duff like wise Chinkota. Mergianos, that's deftly done. Chinkota almost gave it away, got it back from Foa via a ricochet. Mergianos was swarmed. Chinkota, Mergianos. Very patient Aku approach as Isabella Chinkota had no way out. Oh, those two have been perhaps the 2 biggest contributors, though that's given away by Best. McCaffrey now 2, steers it over. Nearly a great opportunity to get one back. To halve the deficit in kind. Mergianos with no way further forward. Foa escorted it out of play. Foa looking to twist and turn. McCaffrey. Hustle by Duff. McCaffrey's got a problem, given away to Mergianos, who sat McCaffrey down superbly. Couldn't quite steer it for Duff. Away by Juong. Now 2 on for Foa, who was out of room. Best in a hurry. Mergianos. Taken away by McCaffrey. It fell for Foa. Sophie McCaffrey's got a double, and 1-0 have got one back. And the deficit is halved. Well worked by Foa. McCaffrey held the space superbly. And tucked it with composure. Her second of the night, as it is for 1-0-2. As Duff is now on the drive, looking to reinstall things for Aku. Given away to Foa. On for now to McCaffrey. Corina now two. Paige Foa, that's glorious. If now two can get there, which she can't. Best. Switch for Duff. Steered it superbly behind. And Hun was there to cause an all-important denial. Last thing they would want, having got back into this game, is for that to come undone. Juwonk McCaffrey, good take from Foa. Corina now two. Look to steer for Foa, her in best entangle. 2 to the break. At the end of what is an enthralling first half. For Reed Jacobson for 1-0, it's been topsy-turvy at times. They went ahead through a terrific goal, found themselves 4-1 down, and now are well and truly back within distance. Now 2 on the drive, and they are within 1 before the break. Well and truly on the climb. And Corina now 2 is in on the act. 1-0 within 1. And it is Aku's turn, perhaps, to feel the pressure late in the half. This game has twisted, turned, seed and sword. Are they to finish stronger? Juwonk cut out by Chinkota. Looking to drive at Juwonk. McCaffrey will let it run for Hun. Corina now 2. McCaffrey away superbly. Duff 2 to go round. McCaffrey wanted a corner, which she will not get. Good take from Duff. Chinkota tried to fashion a shot. Juwonk was in the way. 68 seconds to half-time in Darabin. 1-0 making a game of this. Aku looked as though they were steering clear. Hun into the denial. Duff hit the outside of the post.
You need someone who knows. Hey, to be fair, we're not going to have Adam Palom with the 5 leagues.
A take from Duff. Foot in for Foa from Juwonk. Axia Duff. Aku again on the charge. Mergianos is there to be a late goal for them to just make life easier at half-time. Miller Best fancied a go and whipped her effort wide of the post. McCaffrey, good footwork. Left one in on Duff, went in for Mergianos too. Juwonk. Foa had to lunge. Was not able to keep it rolling. 31 seconds. Half a minute to half time. Time that remains. Aku have got a game on their hands. 1-0 are still in search. Foa went from range and nearly, oh so nearly conjured something. Super hit. 1-0 wanted a corner, they won't get it. Paige Foa on the swivel, got it out of her feet superbly. And then crashed it goalwards. Mergianos in the meantime. Well, he's not there to threaten Hun. McCaffrey clipped Foa. Unable to steer it for now, 2 at the back post. Best, Mergianos. Out the other way was Duff. Couldn't steer beyond McCaffrey. So we go to the break in Darabin. These two within 1-0 went ahead. Aku stretched their legs, though we have got a race and we have got a game on our hands. Half time in the closer, it's Aku 4, 1-0 3. Returning from half-time as we turn for home for your Friday night. Aku were 4-1 up in this game. 1-0 are making a game of it. The two teams chasing a top three finish this season. This the first real look that they've had at one another in order to go and get themselves a leg up in that process. It was an Aku team that started this game slowly. They grew into the half as it transpired, and That middle patch looked as though they could blow 1-0 away, but it was a late rally from Ree Jacobs' side that got them well and truly in the game as Cincotta gets the first look from range. And was... Haku well and truly, though, looking to instate more breathing room in this second half. I want things to be far more comfy than they were in the first half towards its conclusion. Foa, Zhuang. Again for now two, McCaffrey was a little ahead of her, though she made it work and slid it superbly for Foa, who scored a wonderful goal. They scythe through Haku to get themselves level. And 1-0 are right back where they started. Having been 4-1 down, they've clawed themselves back to 4-all, though Duff is on the charge and ripples the side netting. Cincotta. Clipped by now two. Moved on for Foa. Had to find a way further beyond. Karina now two. Unable to slide it for Zhuang. And McCaffrey, when trying to let it run, got inadvertently a flick.
I don't know about top 10 of all time. He's probably better than Gordon Banks. Look, you get one World Cup, yeah, you won a World Cup. Just because you say Pelé.
Duff's take, Cincotta. Mergianos was lurking. Gina Hun hammered it away. You just wonder for Kirimu and Co. Only the one substitute available this evening. If and when will that become a feature? Now two could be in behind. Foa. Now two. Set back once again for McCaffrey. Zhuang. Foa. Trying to get it out of her feet, Mergianos. The knock-on only found Cincotta, McCaffrey. And Karina now too wants calm. Wants everything to be reset. McCaffrey. Now two, measured, Foa. Nicely worked for Sophie McCaffrey once again, who clipped down the line in search of Zhuang. Now two, Jacobs is liking what she sees, even though that didn't come off. It's well worked by 1-0. Right at the start of this second half. They've looked to take control of this game once more. Duff is on the drive, however. Bestwith further beyond her. Alexia Duff was helped out of play, likewise the ball by Anna Zhuang. McCaffrey clips it long, cut out by Best. We're beyond Zhuang now too. Space for Foa, who let it run superbly and hit the base of the post. Nearly a double for Foa to flip this game on its head. McCaffrey in, Cincotta likewise, and she came away with it. Twisting, turning. Zhuang there to close the door. Foa, McCaffrey. Working well in combination, those two. Sophie McCaffrey. Beyond Best. Stick for Foa! Simply terrific 1-0 goal. And they've got the lead back. They scythe through. Just how good was that? Finished by Foa, who's at the double. 1-0 having trailed, have now been 4-1 down. They lead 5-4. Mergianos wanting immediate reply. Now two close the door. And once again, speared towards McCaffrey. Oh, he's not quite able to find
I
it.
agree with this. Thibaut Courtois is better. He's stupid though, because Rene Higuita.
Well, they have done well. As Reece Jacobs alluded after they scored the goal. Since they've slowed the game down, similar to how they started this match, 1-0. When they play with control, they play with a lot of devastation and a lot of sharpness. Chuong looked to place it for Foa, who appreciated the idea.
To be honest, who would you rather have in goals, Courtois or Alisson? I would have Courtois. Alisson. No way. Alisson. Courtois is double his size.
Josh, I have a question. Who was better, Courtois at Chelsea or Alisson at Liverpool?
I don't remember Courtois at Chelsea.
Answer that question.
Again for Mergianos, who is looking to work a yard on Chuong. Aku have got a bit to do now. They have to go and rekindle the kind of spark that they had in the midway point of the first half that got them back into this game and then got them clear of it and ahead of it.
Besides Buffon, maybe that's it.
McCaffrey, Foa.
He was the best keeper I've ever seen.
Away from best. Chuong. Foa. Chuong drove it over.
It goes Buffon, Neuer, top two, and then from 3 to 10, you chuck Alisson somewhere.
He was good. He was actually really good at Roma as well.
Good read from McCaffrey. It fell for Foa, who's hunting a hat-trick and was denied well. Has just gone up a gear at the start of the second half as the American.
I'll tell you who's a better goalkeeper than
Loose touch from McCaffrey. Cut out by Duff, who sat McCaffrey down. Lovely from Duff for Chincotta. And Aku have got themselves level again. Delightful from Duff to evade the lot. And Chincotta came crashing in to finish the job. 10 goals split, 5 each way, and we have got a good old-fashioned shootout on our hands to close the show. McCaffrey did wonderfully. Foa, now two. Foa, hat-trick. To and fro. And in the chaos that is the seesaw of this second half, Foa's found 3 and 1-0 have found the lead again. And we've only just played 5 minutes. Given away again for Foa, who rolled it wide. Opportunity for 4 was on. Almost for Paige Foa had shades of Andre Arshavin to it. Could she have found 4?
Arshavin is so overrated.
McCaffrey. Now 2 on the drive. Chuong was lurking. They are getting closer and closer to being able to stretch their legs a bit more. 1-0 have not led by more than 1. As Duff again is looking to dance, given away to McCaffrey. Sophie McCaffrey went alone. Now 2 on the following on the volley, guided it over. Just unable to steer it the other side of the bar. As Duff again is met by now 2. Annabelle Mergianos having a stint for Aku at the moment. Wondering on her reintroduction when that may be. Good turn from Foa, got away from Chincotta. Ahead of Duff, McCaffrey. Got ahead of Best. Now 2. Karina now 2 had a yard and forced a fine save at the expense of a corner. Caffrey's corner, set for Foa, flashed across the face. They are really turning the screw. Duff is under pressure. Foa found the net, though it will not count. As Alexia Duff was firmly fouled. One 0 are hunting, though. Again given away for McCaffrey, who is in on her own. That's a super save to deny her. What a stop. Another 1-0 corner, but they could be even further adrift in this game. Foa's corner, fizz to the near post, away by Chincotta, recovered by Foa. Smith quickly, Juong. Beyond Mergianos, measured for now two. Tried to ward her way off. Chincotta impeded. Was fouled by Smith. Kiwimu just pensively patrolling the touchline as best. Chincotta set for Miller Best. Good challenge from now two. And then Saltsmith short for Chincotta to rattle in. 6 each. In a frenzy of a Friday closer. 6 all.
Chincotta's the main character at Aki.
And Isabella Chincotta, who has really started with a spark for life at Aku, is again amongst it. And again, the mood, the dynamic in Darabin changes. Best looking to spin Foa. I've just not quite been able to get too far beyond. Mergianos now. Best. I think this is an Aku team. Again, no Jessau this evening. Going toe-to-toe with 1-0, looking to find a way through. Cut out by Juong. Out the other way was Smith. Got it back from Karina now too, and got beyond Chincotta. Sadie Smith had just kept it alive. Foa had let it run. And on the second try was denied again. Chincotta then recovered. Best now, well read by Juong. Moved on for Foa, who this time will score. 1-0 have the lead again, and Foa's got 4. And they lead Aku 7-6. Was hit with far too much pace in a game that has really just burst into life in this second half. It's become equally more chaotic. They were 4-1 down. They now lead 7-6. They had led at other times.
What is happening here? What the heck?
Best, Chincotta. Couldn't turn Smith. Best, Mergianos. Chincotta again took over. These are some thrillers we've had this season already. Games that have been run closer. 5-all between Hume and Fitzroy. Maybe the poster of that, as Foa's got an opportunity for 5. Away from Chincotta. Now 2, recycled. Juong. Given away to Mergianos, who had room to go forward. Chincotta on the overlap, likewise Miller Best. Away through Karina now too, and Kiwimu wants time out. The Aku boss race is over, so with quite a bit of time to go in this second half, in a game that is a seesaw, it is 1-0 who lead Aku by 7-6. returning from timeout in a game that is really seesawing. Two teams who have gone toe-to-toe with one another. Janos and now two entangled. No more came of it. 1-0 found something at the start of this second half. Oh, it's sent far too long. There's Duff. He's looking to drive further forward. Fowa got a foot in. Set for Cincotta, who had a drive and drove the effort wide. Now he's looking again for a leveller. Margianos was cut out by Fowa, who did well. Now two, Smith. Been a calmly measured approach. Duff moving forwards. Aku on the charge, and they've got a corner. Corner taken quickly. Now two was there to clear. Game has really come and gone in its own ebbs and flows. Aku have had a patch where they were on top for stretches of the game. They now at the start of this second half well and truly are too. Now two to go further forward. Fowa gave chase, though was not needed in the end. She has had a good night though. First time we've seen her in a little while. Last time, in fact, might have been before the Socceroos played the States in the World Cup. It has been that long since we've seen Paige Fowa at Series Futsal. She is once more. Evaded wonderfully, steered on for Smith, who left it behind. Margianos and Juong will see it trickle out of play. Halfway stage of the second half. 10 to go on Friday night, and this game hangs finely in the balance on a knife's edge. Two teams hunting the top three. 1-0 have had their moments. They are shading this game at the moment. McCaffrey entangled. McCaffrey wins a corner. She did superbly to do so as well. Taken quickly for Fowa, who on the second drive finds another. 5 for Paige Fowa. Set quickly, the effort was blocked, the follow-in was wrapped. Fowa has 5, and 1-0 have got some breathing room, and Aku have got it to do. Keep in mind, not even half an hour ago, they controlled this game. Good read from McCaffrey. Fowa's on her own and is on the charge again. Couldn't quite get it out of her feet. Invited Margianos to win in, which she did. Set quickly for McCaffrey. That's a good challenge from Cincotta. McCaffrey was relentless. Cincotta kept going. Aku have got a way out. Margianos. Duff. McCaffrey did well to keep it. Went to set for Fowa, who couldn't keep it alive. Aku know they're in a hurry. They know they have to go to some extent in a game that has been chaotic and crazy. Margianos left it behind, though it won't be to her detriment. Ball was drilled for Duff, though found touch before her. Best reinstated. Margianos comes for a breather. The recent stint, QEMU asking a lot of his substitutes, though here is Duff on the drive. Away from now two is Duff, who clipped it just wide of the far post. Juwon went to be measured. Chincotta got a flick that favoured McCaffrey in all truth. Sophie McCaffrey looked to steer it. Foa did well to recover it. And the switch for Juwon. McCaffrey away from best. Too much force for Foa, who just couldn't quite get there. Chincotta. Duff. Aku searching for a way forward. There was no way through McCaffrey. Game that for both of these teams means ample amounts. Sfoa once again. Now two, try to measure it for Juwon, well read by Duff. Ramirez getting ready, Juwon will make way. Margianos will come back on. One have been patient. And when they have been patient, they have looked at their best as Foa. McCaffrey. Now two. Aku have got to enact the press. They've got to go and try and change this game somehow. That's good from Duff, who then took a tumble. Duff has had a night of frustration at times. McCaffrey's flick, Foa in ahead. Again, not to go further forward. Flung on for Chincotta. They look to lift for Margianos. McCaffrey will let it trickle out of play. Hun, McCaffrey, now two. Found the feet of Foa, who's gone beyond Duff. Had Ramirez up with her. Well, again, just a fraction too heavy before being able to find her. Well, best patient. Margianos looked to guide it. Now two was alert. It might break for Duff. McCaffrey got a foot in time. Foa, Ramirez looked to guide it on return for Paige Foa, though just couldn't quite. Early season, and the confirmation of a good start is on the line. Both these teams, Chincotta could have get further forward. Foa got it back from McCaffrey, then let it run for now two. Paige Foa, Ramirez. Karina now two, on for McCaffrey, who had Margianos to go beyond and couldn't. Margianos warding off. Best then gave it away. McCaffrey, Foa, Ramirez got it out of her feet and scored. And there's breathing room for 1-0. Right when they needed it. Ramirez rolled it. Touch got it out of her feet finally, and then on the swivel drilled it to the near post. Gorgeous guide for Chincotta though. In the meantime, whereas Aku have got work to do, Isabella Chincotta, the angle was too dear for her to try and steer it the other way. Flung for Foa, cut out by Best. Taken over by now two, who's got options up with her. Foa. Looked to steer it, Duff intervened. Now two got a ricochet, Margianos. Rolled Ramirez, Chincotta took over, clipped it deftly for Duff, who got away from McCaffrey. Alexia Duff on the drive, wins a corner. Margianos will meet it, deflected and in. And they are in the mix again. Annabelle Margianos gets in on the act, and Aku are not going away. 7-9, which is stupendous. We have well and truly got a game on our hands. Time is ticking away of a contest that is entertaining. That's good from now two. Space for Foa, 3-on-1 for 1-0. One way was now two. Back post was Ramirez. Double. And double digits. Terrific move. And 1-0 again can breathe easy. Reed Jacobs jubilant. And 1-0 are just starting to see the light, and it's given away to McCaffrey. Up with her is Foa. Sophie McCaffrey will be denied. Set for Foa once more, away from Mergianos. Good challenge from Duff, taken over by Best. Annabelle Mergianos. Beyond now two. Stood off Foa, that's a beauty of a ball for Duff, who had made the run well. Steered for Mergianos, Hun hammered it away. Nearing 5 to go in Darabin. In the show closer. One they'll know they must be close. They know that one more might be enough. On a night that has been a seesaw, here is Mergianos though, in order to get Aku back in the game, and the base of the post is bruised again. How many times will they hit the foot of the post? Must be the 4th or 5th this evening so far that they've done so. Aku still searching. Given away to Ramirez momentarily. One back by Duff, who got it from Best. What can Aku conjure? Not quite a corner. Hun came through. So quickly denied by Hun at the near post. Now to Foa. Switch for McCaffrey, who wanted Ramirez down the line. Oak was not one to find her. Best. Wonderfully beyond Foa. Now two ahead of Mergianos. Ramirez. Now two. Foa. Duff wasn't to be turned, and then got beyond McCaffrey. Alexia Duff for Mergianos, who will drive it wide. 4.5. For Aku to find 3 to level, 4 to win. Han finally flings long. Cincotta will let it trickle out of play and retreat. What have they got? Is the main question. Oh, 1-0 to see it through. Can Aku conjure a late scare? Duff driving away from Ramirez, though not now two. Foa now. Return for Karina now too, and to Alexia Duff's credit, she got back to good effect. Ramirez makes way, Jawong reinstated. Now two across, it was awkward. And McCaffrey will recover. No way through Mergianos. Cincotta's got up ahead of steam, Mergianos went alone. And was unable on that occasion to trouble Hun, who went long for Foa. That's a good take. McCaffrey couldn't quite. Aku's still searching. Is there a way through to be had? Duff. Time to be measured is slowly dwindling. Mergianos, space for Duff. Cincotta. Mergianos whipped it wide. What a win this could prove to be for 1-0. Two hefty defeats back to back. A fortnight they would want to write off. They are doing so in good style. Cincotta on the drive though. Awkward for Hun. The danger not diverted yet. Tina Hun did well to smother it and to send it. Foa couldn't get it under. Duff on the drive. Space for Duff. Likewise, Mergianos. Free kick. Haku free kick. 3:13 on the clock. This would make it rather interesting. Duff's take, denied by Hun, recovered by McCaffrey, who had Foa in space. Page Foa in behind, flashes wide. In search again, given away though to McCaffrey. She went the drive, blocked by Duff. It'll fall for Foa with fortune, and Foa will find another. 6. She has hit Aku for 6 on her own. A double hat-trick. Delightful, sought after and rare. It falls for Foa tonight. Points nearly secured. Cincotta moved it on. Aku still wanting away. Isabella Cincotta. Clipped it wide. Again, McCaffrey unable to get it under. Cincotta, again it was set behind, recovered by Mergianos. Alexia Duff did well. Cincotta, well in by now 2. Space for Foa, who is searching for 7. And now 2 might find her. Cincotta got in the way in the nick of time. Now 2 with a good ball. Foa in behind, unselfishly for McCaffrey, who will secure them now. 1-0's points beyond reasonable doubt. Yet another counter. Space open for Foa, who could have gone for 7. She went unselfishly. And Sophie McCaffrey, who started it all, may well get the final say of this game as a contest. Wanted Foa over the top, too much on it. For Aku, who went close with the reigning champions only 7 days ago. McCaffrey and Mergianos continuing the battle. This is, unfortunately for them, a sordid tale. Cincotta on the overlap. Can they take 1, maybe 2 with them for the road? Cheetah Hun came through. Cincotta looking to swivel. Chuong, McCaffrey. Mergianos picked it off her. Set it back for Miller Best. Cut off by McCaffrey, who is on the charge. And Foa's follow-in is fired over with force. They're not too pleased with the amount of contact Mergianos is dishing out. Best follow-in, awkward for Hun. Cheetah Hun happy to go long. Mergianos cut it out, Foa did well. Page Foa will drive and is still in search of another as we're into the final minute. Now 2. On for Chuong, McCaffrey. They'll fall for now too. Away from Best brilliantly. Away from Cincotta likewise. Wins a late corner. After some deliberation. Half a minute to the close. 1-0's points well and truly secured now. Return to winning ways for them after a tricky pair of weeks. Vacu, it's not to be again. Back-to-back defeats as now two in Mergianos will seemingly disagree to the close. Best take, space for Cincotta. Mergianos. Best, Mergianos having to ward off Foa. Threaded nicely for Best. A late corner with 11 seconds to go. Is there at least a consolation for Aku on a night that has not been theirs? It's taken with haste. Fizzed across for Cincotta. Will be gathered by Hun. So the top three it is for 1-0. And a return to winning ways. It has been a couple of frosty weeks. It has been weeks where at times they have needed to soul search, and that has well and truly been found. So the top three beckons once more for Reed Jacobs and co at the end of the evening. Full time in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 7, 1-0 12. We'll see you Sunday. An emphatic win for 1-0 to round out the night. The return to winning ways. I've got Paige Foa with me here, who was superb this evening. Paige, first of all, it's been a little bit of time since we've seen you. It's good to have you back. Slightly different circumstances. Reed Jacobs is on the touchline. What was it like to play under her guidance as opposed to Costa's last time?
Oh, it was so much fun. Reed just told us all to go out there and just play for each other, just play to have fun, and that's what we did. I feel like when we went down, it was a bit hard, but we came in at halftime and she was like, girls, just have fun. It should be fun. And we were the team that were like smiling and having the most fun out there, and it resulted in a lot of goals. So happy about it.
You come back into a 1-0 team that were on the back end of a tricky couple of weeks for them personally. Knowing that coming in, how did you want to set yourself up to try and influence this team in such a positive way, in a way that you ended up doing?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really look at the results against some of the teams that we play. I think that we're a team that's Victoria, we're homegrown, and we just we all kind of came together to create 1-0. So I feel like we have some really, really tough games, but we don't take that as who we are. We know who we are and we know who we can be against certain teams, so we just come in and we do that, and I think today was a perfect example of that. I'm not like available for all of the games. I wish I could be here for every single game, but unfortunately I just come in when I can, and it's always just so much fun, and we just play for each other. It doesn't matter who we're against.
And I guess almost the double barrel question here to finish. First of all, how much more of you are we going to see this season? We hope it's a lot more, but second of all, this is a team now that's in the top 3. How big a role, when you are available, do you wish to play?
Yeah, I'm really excited for all the girls to be coming out of outdoor season. It ends next week, so hopefully Claudia's back, Taylor's back, Mon's back. I think we'll have a lot of girls coming back, which will be really good for us and hopefully so much fun going to the rest of the season.
Paige, really well played tonight. It's good to have you back as always. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You